Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated, please. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is file KCBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimyan, Yakub Krasniqi.
Thank you. I note that the accused are all present in court today. Today we will continue to hear the evidence of Thaçi defense witness 1DW-003. Before we start hearing the evidence of the witness, there are some preliminary matters the panel would like to address. First, there are several oral orders. First, in F03216, the panel admitted into evidence transcripts of recordings from the detention facilities dated 3 December 2023. These transcripts were assigned the exhibit number P03660 in filing F03233. The SPO requested that revised versions of these transcripts replace those previously tendered and admitted into evidence. The revised versions of the 3 September 2023 transcripts were disclosed on 4 June 2025 in Disclosure Batch 1706. May I confirm that there is no objection to the replacement of the transcripts? From the defense?
No objection.
No objection is heard from the defense. From victims' counsel?
No objection.
After having heard the parties and participants, the panel orders that the transcripts in Exhibit F03660 be replaced with the revised version provided in Disclosure Batch 1706. This concludes the panel's first oral order. Second, in F03456, the SPO requested that filing F03241 be reclassified as public and notified that it has no objection to F03456 being reclassified as public. Therefore, pursuant to Rule 82, Paragraph 5 of the rules, the panel orders that F03241 and F03456, including any translations thereof, be reclassified as public. This concludes the panel's second oral order. Third, pursuant to Paragraph 39D of the decision on Thaçi defense request for admission of documents through the bar table, which is F03467, the Thaçi defense indicated via email on Friday last week that it has no objection to the reclassification as public of proposed Exhibit 019701 to 019714, pages 019711 to 019712, admitted in that decision. May I confirm that there is no objection to the reclassification as public of this item? SPO?
No.
And victims' counsel?
No, thank you.
If there's no objection, any objection from anybody in the defense? No. All right. The panel orders that 019701 to 019714, pages 019711 to 019712, including any translations thereof, be reclassified as public. That concludes the oral orders. We will now continue with the evidence of the Thaçi defense witness 1DW003. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in. Good morning, witness.
Good morning.
Today we will continue with your testimony. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please remember to try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth, as stated by you in your solemn declaration. Please also remember to speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take a break, please make an indication and we will accommodate that. Lastly, as for the U.S. representative, thank you for joining us once again this morning. I remind you that if at any time you need a moment to speak with the witness or wish to address the panel, please raise your hand in order to be granted permission to do so by the panel. We will now continue with the questions by panel Judge Gaynor. Please, I'm sorry, are you finished? You said, all right. Judge Gaynor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Judge Smith. Good morning, Mr. Rubin. I want to ask you a couple more questions about the de facto position held by Mr. Thaçi at Rambouillet and also by his conduct at Rambouillet. And in order to do so, I'd like to ask Madam Court Officer to bring up video 12879-102 and to play from 44 minutes exactly to 46 minutes and 40 seconds. Now, while that's coming up, Mr. Rubin, just for your information, this is an excerpt from a documentary broadcast, I believe, in the year 2000 called Moral Combat, NATO at War, broadcast by the BBC and the reporter is Alan Little. So we'll watch a portion of it and then I'll ask you some questions.
Focus now shifted to the Albanian delegation. They'd elected the young and inexperienced KLA man Hashim Thaçi as their leader. The entire delegation urged him to accept, but he refused because the agreement on offer did not include a referendum on independence.
The delegation appointed Thaçi for a leader, not knowing that they may become his prisoners.
It was a formidable yes on all sides, except when it came to Thaçi. It was very, very strained. And he said no.
Thaçi was really blunt to the delegation, stating that, look, this document, this actual presentation is completely unacceptable.
He used the language which could be understood as threatening.
And whoever signs it now, I would treat him or consider him as the enemy of the nation.
It was a graphic.
Now, Mr. Rubin, am I right in understanding that those two gentlemen you saw speaking there are two non-KLA members of the Albanian delegation at Rambouillet? Is that right?
Yes, that was my understanding.
Did you know those two men yourself?
I knew Mr. Soroy.
And were you aware or had you heard anything to indicate that Mr. Thaçi had been making implicit or explicit threats to them?
I should here distinguish between physical threats and what I would call moral threats. So I was not aware of any physical threats. I was aware, however, of the powerful ideological pressures of being for or against independence as something that was considered primal to the movement of a liberation movement in a time of war. So threats to me, Madeleine Albright made threats to Hashim Thaçi, threatened him if he didn't sign, he'd leave the people defenseless against Serbian mass murder. And later, of course, I heard the threats through Mr. Domaci, who was a man, and I want to add now, if you'll let me, Your Honor. Yesterday, when I was asked a lot of questions about Mr. Thaçi, I didn't add some important points. This was a man who had a status in their movement that I later learned was the equivalent of Nelson Mandela, someone who'd been in prison for dozens of years and had this powerful moral authority over a liberation movement where being for or against the leader was, so the threats were not physical. You used the word threats. I'm trying to be responsive.
Mr. Rubin, this isn't responsive. This is way beyond what the question was. So just answer the questions. That's all.
Sure. I just want to clarify, it might be the Irish accent. I said implicit or explicit threats. I didn't say physical threats in my question. But I'd just like to move on in the video, please, Madam Court Officer. Could you play now and play on and stop at 46:40?
Now wielded among the Kosovar Albanians. Thaçi's intimidation of his fellow delegates did not stop a warm relationship developing between him and his international sponsors.
He was somebody who was a younger member of the delegation, more my age, and so there was a certain natural rapport. I think I used to tease him a little bit about how he might look good in a Hollywood movie, and I think he appreciated that kind of sort of a basic, teasing back and forth.
Thaçi did not respond to this flattery. The Americans sent for their diplomatic big gun. Madeleine Albright arrived on absolutely focused on getting a yes from Thaçi. She spent 4 days wooing him.
When we got there, it was very evident that Mr. Thaçi was kind of a leader, and we actually compared him to Jerry Adams.
She insisted on him making a sort of a symbolic choice.
Perhaps here was a leader who had a goal but was able to be a part of a political solution.
Which Thaçi partly liked and more disliked. He liked the idea of, okay, now he's being ushered into politics.
We've paused at 46 minutes and 43 seconds. Mr. Rubin, the part I want to ask you about are the statements made by the Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, in which she appears, to me at any rate, to be referring to Mr. Thaçi very emphatically as a leader. She's not referring to Adam Thaçi. She's not referring to Mr. Thaçi in terms to suggest that he's some kind of foreign minister. She's saying he's the leader. And would you care to comment on that at all?
Yes, Your Honor. I think she chose her words carefully. Secretaries of State do that, as I do. And I think the words she used were not the leader, but a leader. And there's a huge difference. The leader is a singular phrase. A leader, in this context, comparing him to Jerry Adams, which is a very important comparison. A leader of a group who is going to, we hope, lead his nation to freedom. A leader. And so that's the words that President Clinton used with him, and Madeleine Albright used, and I used. We wanted him to become a leader of a nation that they could eventually have their freedom. And so, since you've asked me about the phrase and you've used the leader, I would only, Your Honor, correct you to say that I heard her say a leader, and that's the way I thought of him, as a leader of a group. The leader of the delegation chosen by the self-chosen by the Albanian delegation, Kosovo Albanian delegation at the meeting. He was one person who was like the chairman, like the judge is the chairman, the presiding judge. But he is a leader. You are judges. He's not the judge, he's a judge, but having this leadership position in the context of Rambouillet. So even if she once called him the leader of the delegation, that would be accurate. And I really think that's an important distinction between asking people to show leadership. That's what we wanted him to do. Leading his people away from the use of force towards peace, which is hard. and you need to inspire them. And that's what she was referring to, I believe, and someone who knows her extremely well as I think any human being on the subject of Kosovo.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to switch topics, and I understand from your evidence over the past 2 days that you came to certain conclusions about the structure of the KLA and the command and control system within the KLA, based mainly on your interactions with the KLA leaders at Rambouillet, and then later on the 72 hours in the summer of 1999 that you spent with some of the zone commanders. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, during your observations with them, or at any other time, did you review contemporaneous internal communications of the zone commands or the KLA general staff?
If I did, I wouldn't be able to discuss them.
Did you review any written internal communications at the brigade level?
Again, if I reviewed such things, and especially with my colleague here from the State Department, I wouldn't be able to discuss them.
Did you review any internal communications at the battalion level?
The answer is the same, Your Honor.
Were you aware of the...
With the only exception, and I should say here, from what I reviewed, there were no such things as battalions, brigades, and units in the KLA. We didn't believe they were such a military with those kind of formal organizational structures, and nothing I saw ever gave me to believe there were such structures. So while I may have reviewed things about the KLA that I can't discuss, I can assure you I never reviewed anything that would have described battalion level, brigade level, or unit level, such as, divisions or armies or regiments or anything that we in the West come to understand as part of a formal military structure. There were no such things to our knowledge.
And did you understand that the KLA operated or did not operate a uniformed military police service?
I was aware that they had uniforms. I was aware that they had uniforms. Some of them did, some of them didn't. As you may have noticed on the video yesterday, half of them had uniforms, half of them didn't. We didn't regard them in the formal way of having a military, MPs, what we call in the United States, military police, or brigade level commanders or general staffs, and things like that you're describing. We didn't see it that way.
Did you ever see soldiers with PU on their armbands?
I suspect I did, but I don't recall that.
In terms of publications directed at the general public, did you have the opportunity to review communiques that the KLA published in the Albanian language press?
I often read such communiques, but regarded them as an effort to make the KLA to be more significant than it was. So I didn't regard them as verbatim descriptions of anything other than what I would call manipulation.
Okay.
Press.
Now, in reaching... Sorry. I will. In reaching your conclusion that the KLA was a somewhat chaotic, disorganized entity with no structure, did anyone within the State Department, to your knowledge, conduct a comprehensive analysis of large volumes of internal KLA communications at the General Staff Zone Command Brigade level, to your knowledge?
Your Honor, I was someone given enormous authority by the Secretary of State and the President. There were no information denied to me if I sought it. In the course of my work, I reviewed as much material as I could. Anything of the sort that you're describing would constitute intelligence information that I, with my State Department colleague here, I'm going to be very reluctant to get into, but I should repeat that I never saw any documents that I recall describing the kind of structured analysis based on a structured force. I didn't say they had no structure or had no, they just had what we would call more of a clan, gang, group structure than what we would call a formal military structure. But should there be such information about examining their capabilities militarily, that would have fallen into the category of intelligence information that I've been advised to be wary of. But I'm trying to respond to your question, and I know that I'm going on too long, and I apologize. These are complex, subtle matters, and I can't just give you a yes or a no. I can't.
Okay. I want to move to another subject. You've given evidence about your concerns about retaliatory violence against the Serbs, and you've given evidence about allegations that the KLA was involved in the drugs trade and organ trafficking. I want to put all that to one side for one moment, and I want to focus on the plight of persons who disappeared, who went missing, and the last time they were seen was when they entered KLA custody. Now, did you, in your dealings with Mr. Thaçi, whether in 1999 or whether more recently, did you ever discuss this issue with him?
I'm sure I did.
And did he show an interest in getting to the bottom of it and finding out what happened to those disappeared persons?
Again, to be responsive to your very important question, I have to say that I had dozens of conversations with Mr. Thaçi over a long time. And when issues arose of that kind, I was asked and authorized and acted to do what the American people would expect their representative to do, to ask about it, to inquire about it, to ask him to look into it. And my impression was that he tried to be responsive to my exhortation. However, as I indicated in questions yesterday, my job was not an investigator, my job was not a prosecutor, my job was not the human rights representative. So I would not have said, okay, we've heard about case X, please tell me everything you know about that case, please describe all the details you know and all the details you're going to find out and report back to me in a month. We're talking about a war.
Okay, so
the answer to your question is effectively no.
Very well. Those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
All right, we'll start with the SBO. Any questions that arise from the judges, questions that you would like to ask? No. I'm sorry, I should have started over here. After 2.5 years, I'm so used to going in a particular way, it's hard to teach old dogs new tricks. Go ahead, Mr. Misitich.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning to you, and good morning, Mr. Rubin. This will hopefully be the last time I'm asking you any questions. So,
thank you for that.
Yes, I'm sure you're pleased to hear that. So this, again, as I instructed you yesterday, my questions now will be limited to just following up on questions that were asked of you by the judges, and we're not going to go outside the scope of that. Okay?
Again, thank you for that.
Yes. So let me begin with the questions that were put to you by Judge Bartha yesterday. That's the first judge that questioned you yesterday. You said, this question that you were asked about how you heard, or whether you heard that Mr. Thaçi had been threatened at Rambouillet. Do you recall that question?
I do.
Okay. I'd like to put up on the screen, please, and I believe your answer was someone in the U.S. delegation may have told you that, but you couldn't recall who. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. If we could please have on the screen DHT 01481 to DHT 01482, please. And I will preface this, Mr. Rubin, by telling you that this is a book written by Ambassador Hill. We are familiar with your views on Ambassador Hill, and we don't need
refrain from
yes,
such comment.
we don't need to discuss that. I just want to ask you if you agree with something that he wrote. or whether it refreshes your recollection. That's it. While that's being pulled up, was Mr. Hill a member, Ambassador Hill, a member of the U.S. delegation at Rambouillet?
Yes, one of the leading members.
Okay. This is the cover page of the book that he published, and if we could go to the next page in this excerpt. Yes, and if we could go, the second paragraph, and I'll read it out loud. It says, just before the recess that was set to be called 2 weeks into the process, Thaçi, to our great concern, left the conference on February 18, returning 2 days later with even tougher demands. He never said where he had gone, though the suspicion was that he went to see Adam Demaci, the firebrand self-appointed political leader of the KLA, who had refused to take part in Rambouillet. For months, Demaci had made outlandish and outlying pronouncements to the press in Pristina, so much so that the Serbs never interfered with him. Such was his contribution to their argument that the KLA was simply a group of crazed radicals. Why can't you agree to this? I asked Thaçi, truly not understanding whether he comprehended the near fatal consequences for the Kosovars of a no answer. It is you who doesn't understand, he replied. If I agree to this, I will go home and they will kill me. Mr. Rubin, does Ambassador Hill's account refresh your recollection on who in the U.S. delegation may have told you that Mr. Thaçi had said he had been threatened?
Yes.
And who might that have been?
My guess is it was Chris Hill, but more likely Chris Hill told Mr. O'Brien, who was one of my closest friends and still a close friend. Most likely Jim O'Brien communicated Chris Hill, because they were very close, what Chris Hill had heard. That now strikes me as the most likely way I learned of it.
Thank you. Mr. President, I tender DHT 01481 to DHT 01482.
Any objection by the SPO?
No.
DHT 01481 to DHT 01482 is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D 371.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rubin, you were asked by Judge Bartha yesterday and again by Judge Gaynor this morning some questions about conversations you had with Mr. Thaçi after the war about his need to do more or something to that effect. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Okay. I'd like to pull up an interview you gave to the Charlie Rose program in April of 2000. And if we could please pull up on the screen 128836-05, beginning at the 7-minute and 27-second mark, please. I'm sorry, is there a video? Yeah.
Just to check, it's marked confidential, but
It
can
can
be shown.
Yeah, it can be public, yes.
That they've pretty much done what would be expected of them if you look at the history of rebel movements giving up arms, so we shouldn't expect more than they have done so far, and that whatever activities they have engaged in terms of real acts of violence against Serbians should be excused?
On the contrary, what I'm saying is how rare it is for a rebel movement to give up weaponry so quickly.
they did that. That was my first mission. The second mission was last month, and that was a very different mission. And that was one where Secretary Albright and the President sent me and Ambassador Hill from the White House to Kosovo. And our message was different that time. Our message to Mr. Thaçi, to Ms. Dr. Rugova, and to all of the Kosovo Albanian leaders was disappointment, that we were profoundly disappointed with their failure to use all the abilities they have, all the persuasiveness they have, all the energy they have to stop Albanians from committing retribution against Serbs. But when we talk about this, and as disappointed as we are, and as clear as I was in condemning that, we have to remember there's a big, big difference of retribution violence than an organized campaign of mass murder and mass expulsion by the state, which is what Slobodan Milosevic and his regime have done. There is violence, there is retribution that's unacceptable to us. And I went there and I condemned it, and I looked Mr. Thaçi and Dr. Rugova and all the leaders in the eye and said, those of us who worked so hard to help you are disappointed.
But the assumption is, rightly or wrong, and you can tell us, it's more former members of the KLA than it is people that have been supportive of Dr. Rugova.
Well, look, Dr. Rugova has widespread popular support. Mr. Thaçi has developed a political party, and it tends to be amongst those who picked up arms and fought the Serbs. And so, yes, there is more of a problem with organized violence amongst the KLA, but Dr. Rugova and Mr. Thaçi have an equal responsibility. Dr. Rugova has moral authority in Kosovo. And what I was saying to him and to Mr. Thaçi equally was use whatever levers you have to stop this, because it's people doing this. It's not an organized system of violence in the same way that it was with Milosevic. And if Dr. Rugova and Mr. Thaçi and Dr. Chosha and all of the leaders don't use every ounce of their energy to stop this, they will harm their relations with the United States.
Speaking of Mr. Hill, who has the admiration of a lot of people for his work there.
Yeah. I'm waiting for them. I was just waiting for the interpretation to finish, Mr. Rubin. Do you recall giving that statement to Charlie Rose?
I do.
And did what you said to Charlie Rose in April of 2000, did that accurately reflect your conversations with Dr. Rugova, Mr. Thaçi, Mr. Chosja, and any other Albanian leaders you were with the month before?
Yes, it does, and in retrospect, I'm quite pleased with the precision of the words I used all those years ago.
Okay. You talked there about use of persuasion, and that Dr. Rugova was someone of moral authority. What were you encouraging them to use their moral influence?
I think in the course of yes, and I need to explain that. In the course of these discussions of the last 3 days, I've tried to distinguish between the precision of an organized government and an organized military and a organized society. Because in my dozens of trips to Kosovo during those years, I developed a firm impression that given that 90% of these people were oppressed for dozens and dozens of years, they did not have an organized government. They did not have an organized police force. They did not have an organized military. And those who had moral authority in a society oppressed like that are the ones who can be most persuasive to individual families who are the ones most likely to conduct retributive violence when their families have been murdered. There is huge anger. So I believed that the most effective way to prevent retributive violence, as I indicated in that interview, is to get those with moral authority to urge families who lost a brother, a sister, a whole wing of their family from mass murders, not to retaliate with violence. And in that society, moral authority is exponentially more powerful to people's decision-making and actions than any written phrase on a paper about who they are and what job they have and what structure they have. That's what makes people change their minds about what they're going to do. That's my experience from being in multiple war zones, and particularly in this one, where the people were suddenly free after dozens of years of being murdered and slaughtered.
Thank you.
Those are the people who could affect them, and that's why I said that, and that's the point I've been trying to make the last couple of days.
Thank you. In the beginning of the clip, you say, what I'm saying is how rare it is for a rebel movement to give up weaponry so quickly. They did that. That was my first mission. The second mission was last month, and that was a very different mission. And then you say that you went on a mission with Ambassador Hill to the region the month prior. So if this is April of 2000, is it, does it refresh your recollection then as to when that trip took place, when you had these discussions with Mr. Thaçi?
It does. I knew it was a substantial number of months after the war ended, which was June of 1999, and this was a second mission, and it looks like it was March 2000, shortly before I left the government. The administration asked me to go to Kosovo, where I had moral authority. And people listened to me. Crowds formed. People wanted to hear me. And I wanted to tell them, we have a risk of a new conflict in the Preševo Valley. And I both raised cases that I was aware of that was appropriate for me to raise from the past, but mostly what I was doing was telling them, don't let this happen again by rising up in the Preševo Valley. And later on, I have to say, my heart was warmed because the Preševo Valley didn't explode in violence that people thought it would, because of what Hashim Thaçi, the leader of a political party, did to object to his people rising up in political violence. So yes, it refreshes my memory. It's now clear that I went in roughly March 2000. I left the government, I believe, in May, and this was my last trip to the region as a government official till I came back under Biden. And again, I have to tell you, this is a society that had been destroyed, and I wanted to help them do the right thing.
Thank you. I want to turn to a different, we can take that down. I want to turn to a different question you were asked yesterday. Judge Bartha asked you about the statement in your witness statement where you said that at Rambouillet he was a traitor almost if he agreed to the deal. And there was some discussion back and forth about how that word traitor, or that phrase traitor almost, came to be in your statement. If we could please have Exhibit 1D279 on the screen, please. This is, again, the book that reprints your Financial Times article. And if we could please go to page SPOE 00229721, please. Yes. That paragraph under the title, How We Reached a Compromise. It says, we start with Albright in the middle. Albright returned to Paris by car to sleep for a few hours. That night I went on a long walk with Thaçi. It was cold outside, but he refused to take my coat. He was worried. He said he was under the pressure of the KLA commanders in Kosovo and its financiers from Europe. They would consider him a traitor. The question there, they would consider him a traitor, as it's written in the Financial Times article. Was that something that Mr. Thaçi said? In other words, he was under the pressure of KLA commanders in Kosovo and its financiers in Europe, and they would consider him a traitor? Or was that an assessment you made of the situation, if you can recall?
First, I have to say, since this is the umpteenth time this book has come up, I didn't authorize the publication of this book.
Yes.
And I just need the court to understand that I wrote an article in the FT, and they have somebody translated it into Albanian and then translated back into English. So a lot of words got lost in translation. Having said that, I can't imagine, I can't remember ever, and I think I would remember, that he would call himself a traitor. But I think I was trying to sum up the problem in English in what we would call a colloquial way, the problem he was facing to act in contravention of the decisions and actions and desires of his higher-ups and other supporters in Europe, financial supporters, and in the region in the KLA. So it's a word I chose based on my assessment of what he was telling me, but I doubt very much it was a word he would use, although it was apparent to me that he was under extreme pressure.
Understood. Turning to a different question you were asked, do you recall being asked about the arrest warrant and how you found out about it? And I believe you said that you believe Mr. Thaçi told you in Paris that there had been an arrest warrant issued for him.
I recall the testimony. I just have to say, because I've been spending a lot of time thinking about everything I said, some of this stuff gets jumbled up in your mind, and I can't actually remember who told me precisely about the arrest warrant, whether it was something I read, whether it was something he told me. I think he told me about the difficulty of his situation, how he needed to travel over mountains, hide, but where and when and how the arrest warrant itself came into my head, I honestly can't precisely remember.
Okay. Let me call up a document. KSC BC 2020-06-SITF 00451824 to 00451839, please. If we can go to page 2, please. This is a translation of what purports to be a Serbian arrest warrant for Mr. Thaçi. Do you see that on the screen?
Yes.
If we scroll to the bottom of the page, the date is the 2nd of March, 1999. So between the Rambouillet conference in Paris. Is that consistent with what you heard there, as you said just now, about an arrest warrant having been issued by the Serbian authorities for Mr. Thaçi?
Yes.
Mr. President, I tender this page of the exhibit into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
So KSC BC hyphen 2020 hyphen 06 hyphen SITF 00451824. Is that the page number then, that last? 24?
I can't see it. No, I believe it should be 25, if I'm not mistaken. Can we see the number on the page? 25, yes.
At page 25, all right. Is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D 372, and I note it's marked confidential.
It can be public.
Reclassify this as public, please.
Thank you. Mr. Rubin, as you just noted earlier, you were asked a lot of questions about Adam Damaci. So I'm going to ask you a few more about Adam Damaci. Let me take you to Exhibit DHT 12050 to DHT 12052 ET, please. Now, this is a report, a newspaper report from the 24th of February, 99, of a press conference given by Albin Kurti, who at that time was the secretary to Adam Damaci. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And the headline is, "There's no political decision without Adam Damaci's consent." And if we scroll down to the third paragraph, it says, Albin Kurti said in today's press conference that Adam Damaci has urgently traveled to Ljubljana today to have important meetings with high-level representatives of international diplomacy and politics. Do you know why Adam Damaci, or do you have any idea as to why Adam Damaci would travel to Ljubljana on the 24th of February to meet with international representatives?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation. The witness has said he's never even met Adam Damaci.
He doesn't have to have met him, Mr. President.
Overruled. You may answer that if you know.
Thank you. Yes, I understood that he was going to meet diplomats in Slovenia, and later I understood, because that's where he called Madeleine Albright from Slovenia. So that was exactly what it says there, that he was going there to have diplomatic discussions. And when Madeleine Albright reached him, it was, as I recall...
Just a second.
Yes.
Mr. Rubens, you're once again, you're going beyond the question. The question was just, did you know what was going on? And you did. Go ahead.
Thank you. If we could go to the next page, please. Towards the bottom of the page. In response to a question, Mr. Kurti says, quote, "The departure of the Albanian delegation to Rambouillet in France was a gesture of goodwill," said Kurti, while answering a question as to why a delegation of 15 members went to Rambouillet when they are not authorized to sign, and added that with this gesture, the KLA has shown that it is, quote, "ready also to sacrifice something only to give the solution of the Kosovo issue a chance, as unlike the Serb regime, it is interested in a political settlement." What is said there, is that consistent with what you ultimately experienced in Rambouillet, that the delegation went there but said it didn't have the authority to sign?
Yes, some of the members said that, yes.
And which members in particular?
Hashim Thaçi.
Thank you. Mr. President, I tender this exhibit into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Potch?
No.
DHT 12050 to 12052-ET is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D 373. I note there is an Albanian in legal workflow. Is that not to be part of the exhibit?
If that could be added, that's fine.
You will also add the Albanian translation then, please. Thank you, Madam Court Officer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Rubin, yesterday it was put to you a transcript, provisional transcript, pages 137 to 138, and this is what was put to you by Judge Matreau. Quote, "And it would seem, doesn't it, that the only figure at this stage at least," meaning immediately after the first Rambouillet conference concluded, "the only figure that at this stage at least who was still opposed to Rambouillet was Demachi, correct?" Answer, "I don't know that. I just know what I'm reading. I don't know whether there was anyone else." If we could have Exhibit 1D251 on the screen, please. Mr. Rubin, this is a different version of the exhibit that Judge Matreau showed you. It's identical, but you'll recall where you were promoted to Secretary of State yesterday.
I won't forget that easily.
Yes. You see that paragraph?
Yes.
Okay. I'm interested in actually the paragraph above that paragraph. Okay? And it says, "The Independent of London reported today that at a ceremony on Saturday," which we know is March 6th because the article is March 9th, and Saturday was March 6th, marking the first anniversary of the killing of KLA founder Adam Yashari by Serbian security forces, KLA Chief of Staff Suleiman Salimi, quote, "warned that the rebels would not accept a compromise. Halfway measures to independence are unacceptable unless they lead to full independence," he said. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, do you know who Suleiman Salimi was at the time?
I can't honestly say I remember his name at the time.
Do you know who Agim Cheku's immediate predecessor was?
No.
Okay. It says in the article that he is the KLA Chief of Staff, and he's making statements, at least appearing to oppose any agreement that's short of independence. Do you see that?
I do.
Now I'd like to show you a U.S. document, 1D310, please. This is a report of the Congressional Research Service. Are you familiar with the Congressional Research Service?
Yes.
Okay. If we could please go to page 17. This is a chronology of events prepared by the Congressional Research Service. And you'll see that at the entry on the 2nd of March, the KLA designated Hashim Thaçi leader of a provisional Kosovar government. The move appears to sideline further the leadership of Ibrahim Rugova. The following day, Adam Demachi resigned from his position as political advisor to the KLA. Demachi again rejected the Rambouillet Accords. So just keep that in mind. The resignation is either the 2nd of March or the 3rd of March. Then we have an entry that says, former Senator Bob Dole met with the members of the ethnic Albanian delegation in Macedonia rather than in Kosovo. Dole urged the Albanian delegation to sign the peace accords, calling them the best possible deal. Hashim Thaçi did not attend the meeting with Dole. Then on the 8th of March, after a long meeting with U.S. envoy Christopher Hill in Pristina, the KLA agreed to accept the Rambouillet peace agreement. I just ask you to keep those dates in mind. We also know, and this panel has received evidence, that on the 5th of March, and this is P1264, beginning at SPOE 001228805, that the EU Special Envoy for Kosovo, Wolfgang Petrisch, and his deputy Jan Kickert traveled to Kosovo and met with leaders of the KLA, including Suleiman Salimi, whose name I just showed you, Rambuya, Jakub Krasniqi, Fatmir Limaj, and Recep Salimi, in order to encourage them to agree to the Rambouillet Accords. Do you know why an EU delegation would have to meet with senior leaders of the KLA on the 5th of March, 3 days after Adem Demaci resigned?
Objection, Your Honor. Now we're asking for him to speculate about an EU delegation, so not even the U.S. authorities. There's no foundation for
He
this.
asked him if he knows. Do you know?
I'm pretty sure I know.
Can you tell us what you know?
During that time, the EU delegation leaders and the American delegation leaders were very, very anxious to be sure that the Kosovo Albanian delegation would sign the Rambouillet Accords. And it would be extremely relevant, important, and necessary for them to travel to confirm that.
Okay. You were shown a U.S. code cable of the 25th of February 1999 by Judge Matro, and you'll recall that cable where it's reported or recorded that Mr. Krasniqi and a Mr. Rambuya said that, quote, they would, quote, take care of Demaci. Do you remember that document?
Yes.
Okay. They are now both at this meeting with Suleiman Salimi, Fatmir Limaj, Recep Salimi, discussing whether they would or would not agree to the Rambouillet Accords. My question to you is, do you have any knowledge of why Mr. Krasniqi and Mr. Rambuya would have attended that meeting if, as Mr. Hill suggested in the cable of the 25th of February, it was only Adem Demaci that needed to be taken care of?
Again, my understanding was nailing down the specific agreement of all the members of the delegation at Rambouillet was an open question until they signed the agreement. And efforts to meet with leaders of the KLA, who were the most skeptical at Rambouillet, who now we hoped had taken to Kosovo our offer to use military power if they did sign, would change their minds and would make more and more of them willing to agree to it. So everything that was going on then was towards that purpose. So that's the reason why they would be meeting. That's the reason why we would want to meet with them, and one meeting wouldn't be enough. You'd want to do as much meeting as possible until the signature happened.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for being repetitive here, but my next question is along similar lines. If Adem Demaci resigned on the 2nd of March and he was the only obstacle to signing, why did Senator Dole travel to the region on the 5th of March?
Again, we did not believe there was any single figure who was the decisive reason for or against signing Rambouillet. Senator Dole was acting as again, he was a leading Republican senator, but he agreed with the policies of the Clinton administration. He was helping us nail down the signatures of the Kosovo Albanians where he had powerful support in that community. And so getting all the people you needed to meet with, as many as possible, ensuring that they would sign when they came to Paris, was an all-out, all-hands-on-deck type of diplomatic effort. Senators, me, Chris Hill, everybody.
My last question before the break, you just mentioned Chris Hill and an all-out diplomatic effort, and I showed you in this chronology on the screen. On the 8th of March, Christopher Hill had a long meeting with the KLA 5 or 6 days after Adam Damaci resigned. Can you tell us why Mr. Hill would have had to go to Pristina on the 8th if Mr. Damaci was the only obstacle?
I would repeat as simply as I could, whatever summarizes what I just said, that would be the reason.
Thank you. Mr. President, it's a good time for a break.
We'll give you a 10-minute break at this time. Please do not speak with anyone about your testimony.
Mr. President, I have about 15 minutes left, and the next witness should be here now, just so you're aware.
Thank you very much. We're adjourned until 10:10.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Before we start, please, everyone, silence your phones, alarms, notifications, so that we don't get interrupted during any part of the testimony. You may bring the witness in now. Mr. Misitich will have about 20 minutes, he said, so please give him your attention.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could be much less, actually. Mr. Rubin, yesterday you were asked by Judge Mitro a question which was along the lines of, wouldn't you need to see internal orders and reports and the like to understand who was in charge? Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Okay. You've now been here for a third day. Do you recall whether anyone at any time, including while you have testified here, has ever shown you an order issued by Hashim Thaçi to anyone in the military wing of the KLA?
I have not seen such an order.
Do you recall whether anyone at any time, including while you have testified here, is he even here? Is the court reporter here? We started without the court reporter, apparently. Yeah.
Life. Shall I start again, Mr. President?
Yeah, I think that's
Okay. Thank you. We'll start again, Mr. Rubin. Do you recall yesterday being asked a question by Judge Mitro in which he suggested to you that you would need to look at internal orders and reporting and the like in order to understand who was in charge?
Yes.
You have now been here for a third day. Do you recall whether anyone at any time, including while you have testified here, has ever shown you an order issued by Hashim Thaçi to anyone in the military wing of the KLA?
I've not seen such an order.
Do you recall whether anyone at any time, including while you have testified here, has ever shown you a report sent by the KLA military wing to Hashim Thaçi?
No, I've never seen such a thing.
Do you know whether Hashim Thaçi was even in Kosovo at all for most of the time period between November 1998 and June 19th, 1999, other than the times that you were communicating with him via satellite phone during the NATO bombing campaign?
I'm not aware of his movements, and I believe all of the times I spoke to him, it was while he was in Kosovo.
Well, you spoke to him in Rambouillet.
Right, I'm saying during the time of the bombing. I thought I was only answering during the time of the bombing. So yes, I saw him Rambouillet, Paris, and Kosovo only.
Yes. If he was not in Kosovo at all for most of that time period, how, if at all, would that affect your impression that Mr. Thaçi did not appear to be someone who was in charge of the military wing of the KLA?
Your Honor, the witness said he doesn't know about the whereabouts, and I don't know how this last question arises from the judge's questions. Perhaps counsel can point us where specifically this arises from.
Please make it as narrowly defined as possible what you're talking about, the areas you're talking about.
You were asked many questions about your impressions of his de facto authority. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. My question to you is, if he was not in Kosovo for most of the time period other than the NATO bombing campaign, would that affect your impression of Mr. Thaçi's authority with the military wing of the KLA?
Objection, Your Honor. The question is necessarily hypothetical if. If there's a foundation can be made. And again, the witness has said he doesn't know where he was, so we cannot engage in hypothetical situations where the witness already said he's not able to say one way or another.
The objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you. You may answer the question if
It
you remember.
would affect my impression.
How would it affect your impression?
It would further confirm my view that he wasn't the leader of the military wing of the KLA.
Thank you. One final question. Again, it relates to something Ambassador Hill has said, and I'm just going to ask you whether you agree with him. If we could please have DHT 09232 to DHT 09350, please. And just to orient you, this is an interview, a lengthy interview, that Ambassador Hill gave in 2002, so 23 years ago. And if we could please go to page DHT 09320. And he's, at this page, just to give you an orientation, he's discussing that period between Rambouillet and Paris here. And the question that's put to him by a person named Blaram Shala is, the key player there was Thaçi. So when you went to the KLA headquarters, you more or less found guys with a very positive mood. I felt, Ambassador Hill answers, I felt there was a very positive mood. There was this question of where was Thaçi? Shala, during this first period, Ambassador Hill, I don't know if you recall, but Senator Dole, he was having a lot of fun on this question, where was Thaçi? They were telling me that Thaçi was coming back in the country, and at that point I had suspected, it was pretty clear to me, that Thaçi was not any kind of top commander. Is what Ambassador Hill there says consistent with the impressions you formed of Mr. Thaçi's role in your dealings with him in 1999?
Absolutely consistent that he was not any kind of top commander. That's the way I would put it myself.
Thank you. Mr. President, I tender this page of the exhibit. DHT 09232 to DHT 09350 is the range, and the specific page is DHT 09320.
The objection.
The only objection, Your Honor, is as to context. Counsel put context on the record, but just submitting this page doesn't tell us when this is being discussed. If counsel could point if it's the previous page that does that, then I have no objection to both those, but without it, we don't know what this is related to.
We can go back. I would be willing to put in the previous 2 pages for context if you wish. So DHT 09318 to 20.
All right.
That works for us.
All right, DHT 09318 to 09320 is admitted.
Your Honor, that portion will be signed Exhibit 1D 374.
Thank you, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Rubin, that does actually conclude my questioning, so I'm very grateful for your time and for coming to The Hague. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. President.
Your Honours, I just have a few matters to follow up on, if I may. I understand in relation to the judge's questions, I do, as has happened all the way through the prosecution case.
It's specifically for the judge's questions, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, it arises only from the judge's questions. Mr. Rubin, good morning. I have only a few more follow-up questions from the judges to put to you. First of all, His Honour Judge Metro yesterday asked you this question, and this is at page 150 of the real transcript. He said, so I'll summarise, and I think it can be answered in a yes or a no, and if it's not accurate or not complete, please conclude it. But in your view, there was no general staff and no provisional government of Kosovo to speak about, and all of their prospective members were pretending to be members of entities that did not exist. And you answered, that doesn't resemble anything I've said today, and you went on to say this, if they didn't purport to be an organized military with a general staff, it would be harder for them to get weapons from the West. So I pointed out that that was a normal thing for a group like that to do, to purport to be more organized and more described the way than they really were. Do you remember giving that answer yesterday to that question from Judge Metro?
Yes.
So it's correct then, isn't it, Mr. Rubin, that your evidence is that people in the KLA were referring to a general staff, they were referring to brigades and zones, but that the real question that you were addressing is whether they were a properly organized military unit or not, and you were saying that that was not the case, they were exaggerating it. Is that right?
Precisely.
Thank you. I'm going to go to one further matter in relation to a question asked by Judge Gaynor this morning. You will recall that he asked you, this is at page 8 of the real transcript from today, and I understand from your evidence over the past 2 days that you came to certain conclusions about the structure of the KLA and the command and control system within the KLA, based mainly on your interactions with the KLA leaders at Rambouillet, and then later on the 72 hours in the summer of 1999 you spent with some of the zone commanders. Is that right? You said yes. Then you were asked a lot of questions about what documents you may or may not have seen. I'm not going to tread on that ground because I know how sensitive it is. But you did say further down, and this is at page 11, that I was someone given enormous authority by the Secretary of State and the President. There was no information denied to me if I sought it. In the course of my work, I reviewed as much material as I could. You remember saying that?
I do.
And I referred you on day one some time ago now to paragraph 11 of your statement where you indicated that each day in 1998 and 99, you did review all materials that were coming through to you from cables, from the intelligence, and from media as well.
Yes.
So it's right then, isn't it, Mr. Rubin, that your evidence is this, that in all of your experiences over that time, all of your meetings, and the review of all the materials that you have said that you covered, whether you've been able to be specific about that or not, for the reasons that we know, that you have never seen anything in all of that which shows the KLA to be a well-organized military force with a vertical command structure. In fact, it lacked organization, and its members exaggerated its organization. Is that correct?
Perfect summary of my testimony.
Thank you, Honours. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Witness, this appears to be the end of our association in the courtroom. Thank you for being with us. You are excused now with our thanks, and you are released from any further obligation to the court.
May I say thank you, and it's been a privilege to be here, and however long it took, it was a really powerful recollection of a very, very important time in history that I'm pleased to be able to help.
You may leave the courtroom now. I would also like to thank the representative of the U.S. government for being with us. You've been helpful and courteous, and I'm sure a great aid to the witness, so thank you for being with us. We'll take about a 10-minute break, and then we'll be ready to call your next witness. Is that going to be sufficient time?
It is for me, Mr. President. I just want to make, the witness is here, I believe. So as long as he's in the waiting room, that's fine.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. I want to correct my somewhat previous garbled message. You cannot have your phone on. You can't even have your phone. So, all right, are we clear on that? No phones in the courtroom. I'm sorry if I was giving a mixed signal. What we'll do is we will bring the new witness in. We will get through as much as we can till 11, but the accused haven't had a break out of the courtroom since starting, so we'll do a regular half-hour break at 11 o'clock and then pick it up again after that. So please bring the witness in. For the record, this is for Thaçi defense witness 1DW001. Good morning, witness.
Good morning.
Witness, the court usher will provide you with a text of a solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to our rules of procedure, 141, paragraph 2. Take a look at it and then read it aloud.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 1.5 days, 1.5 days. As you may know, the Thaçi defense will ask you questions first, and then the remaining defense teams. Once they are finished, the SBO has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel may also ask some questions of you. The Thaçi defense estimate for your direct examination is 2 hours. The remaining defense teams will take approximately 2.5 hours, and the SBO, the prosecutor, estimates that it will need 2.5 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that the counsel will be judicious in their use of the time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the Thaçi defense to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Also, please speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question so that the interpreters can catch up. During the next days while you're giving evidence in court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take a break at any point or wish us to repeat anything, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. So we begin first with the direct examination by Mr. Misitich representing the Thaçi defense. Go ahead, Mr. Misitich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Dr. Williams.
Good morning.
We have met before, but for the record, my name is Luka Misitich, and I am specialist counsel for Mr. Hashim Thaçi. Could you please state your name for the record?
Paul Williams.
And what is your date of birth?
June 3rd, 1965.
And what is your nationality?
I'm an American.
Did you give a statement to the Thaçi defense, which you signed on July 17, 2025?
Yes.
If the court officer could please call up DHT 10224 to DHT 10230. Do you recognize this document, Dr. Williams?
Yes.
Is this a record of the statement you gave to the Thaçi defense?
Yes.
And if we could turn to the last page, DHT 10230. Is that your signature, Dr. Williams?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review the document before you signed it?
Yes.
And did you have another chance to review this document last week?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with me and my colleagues last week via video conference?
Yes.
And in those meetings, were you given an opportunity to make corrections and clarifications to this document?
Yes.
Did you make any corrections or clarifications to this document?
No.
Is the information you provided in the statement to the Thaçi defense accurate and truthful to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Does the information provided in your witness statement to the Thaçi defense accurately reflect what you would say if you were asked the same questions again in court as you were asked when you provided the witness statement?
Yes.
Your Honor, we move for the admission of the witness statement, DHT 10224 to DHT 10230, and the two associated exhibits that were provisionally admitted by the trial panel in decision F03447.
Any objection?
No.
DHT 10224 to DHT 10230 is admitted, along with the two associated exhibits previously referred to.
Your Honor, the statement DHT 10224 to DHT 10230 will be assigned Exhibit 1D 375. The first associated exhibit, which is within range DHT 10231 to DHT 10260, pages DHT 10231 to DHT 10234 will be Exhibit 1D 376. And for the second associated exhibit, pages DHT 10235 to DHT 10237 within the range also mentioned previously will be assigned Exhibit 1D 377.
Thank
Your
you,
Honors, I know they're all classified confidential.
Please reclassify them as public. You may
Yes,
proceed.
they can all be public. Thank you, Mr. President. On 12 September 2025, the Thaçi defense submitted by email a proposed summary of this witness's now admitted Rule 154 statement to the panel and all parties and participants. We have not received any objection to the proposed summary, so with your leave, Mr. President, I now propose to read the summary.
Leave is granted. Go ahead.
Thank you. Paul Williams was the pro bono legal advisor to the Kosovar delegation at the Rambouillet Conference in February and March 1999. He assisted the Kosovar delegation with the drafting of their proposals and negotiation of the Rambouillet Agreement. He also attended meetings with the Kosovar delegation, international political figures, and the Kosovo diaspora, and gave briefings to the press on behalf of the delegation. He provides evidence about the delegation's decision-making process and their goals, as well as discussions about the need to demilitarize and transform the KLA. Dr. Williams also provides evidence about his interactions with all members of the Kosovar delegation, including Hashim Thaçi. His observations and the impressions he formed from these interactions led him to conclude that Thaçi did not have authority to sign the Rambouillet Agreement, and that he needed the approval of the regional commanders to do so. He also observed the KLA's ad hoc and decentralized structure, the level of authority wielded by the regional commanders, and the ideological sway of Adem Demaci. And that concludes the summary, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Dr. Williams, I will remind both of us once again that we are both native English speakers and need to pause between question and answer in order to give the court reporter and the interpreters a fair opportunity to stay up to speed with us. So I know you understand that, and I've seen you're already making the effort, but I will remind us both. Dr. Williams, in your now admitted statement, you explain that you are a professor of law and international relations at American University in Washington, D.C., and that you are the co-founder of the Public International Law and Policy Group, a nonprofit organization which provides pro bono legal assistance to parties involved in peace negotiations, post-conflict constitution drafting, and war crimes prosecutions. My first question is, when was the Public International Law and Policy Group formed?
1994.
You also state, as part of your background, that you have provided assistance to numerous international criminal tribunals and have worked on the creation of domestic war crimes tribunals. Can you tell us a bit more about your familiarity in 1999 with international humanitarian law?
In 1999, I was deeply familiar with international humanitarian law based upon my 2 years at the Department of State in the Office of the Legal Advisor, where I was the lawyer on the European Affairs Bureau, dealing with the dissolution of Soviet Union and the dissolution of Yugoslavia. Part of my portfolio included contributing to the American draft of the UN Security Council resolution creating the Yugoslavia Tribunal. Also, part of my portfolio included interacting with Sharif Bassioni and the Commission of Inquiry relating to the situation in Yugoslavia. I was also, I can shorten if you'd like, so just jump in. Give me the hand raise if you need me to be more brief. I was also responsible for clearing the noon press briefings, which oftentimes had questions relating to international humanitarian law atrocity crimes. After leaving the Department of State and creating the Public International Law and Policy Group, Justice Richard Goldstone became the inaugural co-chair of our advisory board after he had finished his time at the Yugoslav Tribunal. And that was partly as a result of one of our first pro bono clients was the prosecutor's office of the Yugoslavia Tribunal as it was getting up and running. So we prepared a number of legal memoranda for the Yugoslav prosecutor's office on questions of international humanitarian law. I also co-authored with Norman Cigar a prima facie case for the indictment of Slobodan Milosevic, eventually down the road It was published as a book under my name and Norman's name by New York University Press, and I taught it in my class.
Thank you. You also state in your statement that you were the pro bono legal advisor to the Kosovo delegation during the Rambouillet Conference in February and March 1999, and that you were selected as counsel at the suggestion of Prime Minister Bujar Bukoshi. When did you find out you had been selected to be the legal advisor of the Kosovo delegation?
I was formally selected about 10 days before the convening of the Rambouillet negotiations. It had been indicated to me previously by Bukoshi that if there were peace talks in Rambouillet, that he would request my presence. And that was based upon the work I had been doing on the summer negotiations, the so-called Hill shuttle diplomacy, and on the October Holbrooke negotiations. So it was an arc, formally about 10 days before.
So when did you first get involved in Kosovo then? You say now you were involved in the summer and October negotiations on behalf of which party?
To clarify, during the summer and the fall
of
1998, I was working with Bujar Bukoshi, and through him, Rugova, and to a degree, Vetan Saroy, in close coordination with the American Albanian diaspora, which had tight relationships with those individuals. And they would seek my pro bono legal advice and guidance on the questions that were being negotiated. I did not physically go anywhere other than Washington, D.C. and New York to participate in negotiations like I did with Rambouillet, where I physically went to Rambouillet.
Okay. Who selected you to be an advisor to the delegation?
I was invited by Bujar Bukoshi on behalf of President Rugova to travel to Rambouillet and participate in the negotiations. On February 7th, there was a formal decision by consensus of the Kosovar delegation to Rambouillet to invite me to come to the chateau and be their legal advisor. This formal declaration of consensus was signed by Adita Tahari and by Bayram Kasumi.
Okay. And who was Adita Tahiri?
Adita Tahiri was President Rugova's foreign minister. So President Rugova ran the parallel Kosovar Albanian government. His prime minister was Bujar Bukoshi. His foreign minister was Adita Tahari.
Thank you. And you explain at paragraph 16 of your statement that you had a close relationship with Prime Minister Bujar Bukoshi. Can you explain why you believe it was a close relationship?
Mr. Bukoshi would frequently travel to the United States, where he would meet with members of Congress. He would conduct media interviews. And while he was in Washington, D.C., I was one of the individuals who was essentially with him 24/7 as his lawyer. He had others who provided other types of advice and guidance, but I was the one that he turned to for legal questions. Not to go into greater detail, very affable, fluent in English urologist living in Germany, so it was relatively straightforward to develop a close personal relationship. There were no traditional barriers that one finds with clients that are pro bono clients that are of different countries and cultures.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'm about to turn to a new topic, and this might be a good time for a break.
Witness, we have a regularly scheduled break for 11 o'clock, so, and everyone needs to have an opportunity to get out of this courtroom. So we will honor that break, even though you just got started. So we will break now until 11:30. We'll see you back then. Do not speak with anyone about your testimony outside of the courtroom.
Okay.
Thank you. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in. All right, witness, we're ready to continue with your the direct examination. Go ahead, Mr. Misitich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Welcome back, Dr. Williams.
Thank you.
At paragraph 18 of your statement, you state that among the goals of the Kosovar delegation at the Rambouillet conference was the goal to secure specific commitments to cooperate with the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. How do you know that?
I intensively worked with the members of delegation during the Rambouillet negotiations and also
with members of the Kosovar diaspora in preparation for those negotiations. And if you'd like additional context at a future point, I can explain the relationship with the Kosovar diaspora and why that was important. With respect to Rambouillet, I was asked to draft language which would be as comprehensive as possible to ensure that the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia would be able to, so to speak, undertake a full court press in implementing its mandate. For additional context, and feel free if you want to interrupt and ask more specific questions if I go too long, but for additional context, during the first day or two, when I was in the chateau, I was invited to make a presentation to the Kosovar delegation about 4 topics, the 4th topic being that of the jurisdiction and the activities, investigations, indictments of the Yugoslav tribunal. All members of the delegation were present for that. It included lessons learned from my time as the legal advisor to the Bosnians at the Dayton negotiations, because that issue of the jurisdiction of the tribunal being reflected in the Dayton Accords was quite intense, and we anticipated it would be in the Rambouillet Accords. So they asked me to walk them through what to expect on that issue, as well as 3 other issues.
Thank you. You say that you were asked to draft the language. Who asked you to do that?
Femi Agani.
And do you know if this was an important objective to the Kosovar delegation?
Yes.
Why was it important?
The jurisdiction and the ability of the Yugoslavia Tribunal to effectively operate was important for a number of reasons. The specific context right up front in the negotiations was the Račak massacre, and prosecutor Judge Luis Arbor, prosecutor, attempting to access Serbia and Kosovo via Macedonia and being denied access because she did not have a visa. So top of the mind was Račak massacre, Ambassador William Walker using the phrase crime against humanity from the perspective of the Kosovo verification mission, Yugoslav tribunal going to investigate. You don't have a visa. You can't investigate. Now, the underlying reasons for a full embrace of the Yugoslavia tribunal was to guard against moral equivalency. There, as is common in diplomatic practice, there is a sense that the degree to which all sides are responsible, all sides have blood on their hands, it gives the diplomats more room to negotiate, to make compromises. The Kosovars had seen, and I would note here in particular Vetan Soroy and Bujar Bakoshi, had seen from the Bosnian experience that frequently, despite the fact of the disproportionate commission of atrocities by the Serbian regime, that oftentimes the Bosniaks, the Croats, and the Serbs were equally culpable. And I'm happy to share additional information if you're interested down the road about my time at the State Department and how that was reflected, but we'll not do that now. And the Kosovars were experiencing that same narrative, and they were worried that both at Rambouillet and in the implementation, if Rambouillet were to be successful, and there were to be some level of self-government and NATO deployment and OSCE elections, that if you did not have a Yugoslav tribunal with comprehensive access calling balls and strikes as to what had and what was happening, there would be an erosion of the necessary international support for the implementation of the Rambouillet Accords. And then one last brief reason, victim catharsis. There was since 1989, with the revocation of the 1974 status, there was a near-apartheid regime in Kosovo, and there were a highly traumatized and victimized population with little access to historical record, creating historical record, or victim catharsis, and having a tribunal acknowledged in the Rambouillet Accords would provide some victim catharsis, and having a dynamic tribunal would provide a means of victim catharsis for the population of Kosovo.
Thank you. This goal of securing specific commitments to cooperate with the ICTY, do you know if Hashim Thaçi shared that goal?
Yes, he did share that goal.
How do you know that?
The draft, a couple of reasons. The initial draft letter that laid out there were multiple documents floating around. There was an initial letter which laid out 4 objectives. The 4th objective being the tribunal was set for his signature as the head of the delegation. I walked the entire delegation through. I also made a point of walking him through that, because as a lawyer, if you prepare a document for one of your pro bono clients for their signature, and it happened to be his signature in the head of the delegation capacity, you want to make sure that they understand and are fully on board. So not only did I walk through the entire delegation, I walked him through what this meant.
And after you walked him through it, how did he indicate his assent?
He was perfectly comfortable with it, and he said, yes, this reflects what we are interested in, all 4 of those points.
Okay. Do you know if Hashim Thaçi was aware that cooperation with the ICTY would include cooperation with the ICTY in potential investigations of the KLA?
Yes.
How do you know that?
There were 2 different reasons that I base my answer on. The first is that the Kosovar delegation, including those representing the KLA and including Hashim Thaçi, had the benefit of seeing the Yugoslavia tribunal operate in the context of Croatia and Bosnia, where the tribunal indicted members from all of the parties. So the factual situation was such that the Yugoslavia tribunal would pursue evidence in any particular direction, which would include non-state armed actors. And second, earlier drafts that we discussed with the Kosovar delegation, including the KLA, specifically included the word Kosova. We used the A, so I'll say it here, Kosova, in the language that we were preparing and discussing. There were 18 points. They eventually became 19 points. 2 of those points related to the tribunal, and it was that the prosecutor shall have unfettered visa-free access to the FRI, Serbia, Kosovo, for the purposes of conducting investigations, etc. So there was no sense that there would be walled off the non-state armed actors from the jurisdiction.
Okay. Madam Court Officer, if we could please have on the screen SPOE 4001-0656 to 4001-0667, please. Dr. Williams, do you recognize this paper?
Yes.
And are you the author?
Yes.
Did you have the chance to review this article again last week?
Yes.
What was your purpose in writing this article?
The short answer is to document the peace versus justice, or peace with justice, conversation, negotiation that had occurred at Rambouillet. The slightly longer answer, if you'd like some additional context, is this was a complement to a book that Mike Scharf and I drafted called Peace with Justice, which was about the Yugoslavia Tribunal, the Dayton negotiations, and this is a cornerstone of my academic livelihood. This whole conversation about how do you infuse justice into a peace-building process in order to ensure a durable peace. So this was a brick in the wall, so to speak.
In this paper, were you trying to accurately record the conversations and events at Rambouillet?
Yes.
Madam Court Officer, could you please take us to page SPOE 40010660? Dr. Williams, here we find section 3.2 of your paper, titled War Crimes Provisions Proposed by the Kosovar Delegation. Are you familiar with this section of your paper?
Yes.
This section discusses the Kosovo-Albanian delegation's proposals during the Rambouillet Conference concerning investigation and prosecution of war crimes. Who drafted the Kosovo-Albanian proposals at the Rambouillet Conference concerning investigation and prosecution of war crimes?
I did, in collaboration with Mark Weller.
And for the record, if you could briefly explain who is Mark Weller.
Mark Weller was the other international legal advisor who served in the same capacity that I did on the Kosovar delegation. We did our PhDs together at the University of Cambridge, and, well, that's him then.
Do you know Dr. Weller's nationality?
Dr. Weller is a German national who lives in the United Kingdom, did his PhD, and now teaches at the University of Cambridge.
Thank you. Let's look at one of the proposals discussed in your paper, and this is still on this page in the indented paragraph there, and I'll read it. The proposal was, quote, "The parties to this agreement agree to discharge their obligation towards the International Criminal Tribunal on the former Yugoslavia, pursuant to all relevant Security Council resolutions. Consistent with these resolutions, the parties agree to arrest, detain, and transfer to the custody of the International Criminal Tribunal for Yugoslavia any and all persons indicted by the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia who reside in or transit through or are otherwise present in Kosovo, Serbia, and the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia." If we could scroll down. Right there. You go on and write that the Kosovar delegation provided a further proposal. And here's what you write. "Concerned about the non-implementation of a general obligation to cooperate in the Dayton Accords and the refusal of the Serbian government to date to cooperate with the Yugoslav Tribunal, the Kosovar delegation further proposed the inclusion of language stating that, quote, the parties further commit to provide any judicial assistance requested by the tribunal, e.g., taking of testimony, access to and production of evidence, access to any person, facility, document, and area of territory, as well as the service of documents." Are these provisions that you drafted?
Yes.
And were these proposals submitted to the contact group as proposals of the Kosovo-Albanian delegation?
Yes.
These proposals call on the, quote, parties to this agreement, close quote, to fully cooperate with the ICTY. To your knowledge, was the Kosovo Albanian delegation aware that this would include full cooperation in the arrest and transfer to the ICTY of members of the KLA and in gathering evidence against members of the KLA?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because as their lawyer, I expressly walked them through the language that they had asked me to draft and that they would be putting into the negotiation process by delivering it to the contact group. Also, there was as a matter of double checking, Femi Agani, who was their chief constitutional lawyer, I would work hand in hand with to ensure that while I was conveying information directly to the members of the delegation, that he together and I had a mutual understanding of the provisions that were being drafted. And sometimes, for instance, the tribunal provision, he'd say, right, Paul, you draft this. The final status paragraph, there were 3 or 4 hands in that drafting, and the human rights provisions, sometimes he would take the lead and I would, edit it. But there was a meeting of the minds between me as the external legal advisor and Femi Agani as the internal constitutional professor. Also, there was the overlay of constant, and jump in if I'm providing too much context.
That's fine.
Okay.
Let me ask the next question. Would these draft proposals have to be approved within the Kosovo Albanian delegation before they were submitted to the contact group?
Yes.
Who would approve them?
These would be approved by the 3 co-chairs of the delegation, and they would be recorded by Adita Tahiri, who also operated as the secretariat of the delegation.
When you refer to 3 co-chairs, can you specifically identify them by name?
This would be President Ibrahim Rugova. It would be Rajepi Qureshi, probably, sorry on the last name spelling, and Hashim Thaçi.
Okay. Do you recall if Hashim Thaçi supported your proposals concerning cooperation with the ICTY?
Yes, I recall, and yes, he supported.
Did the contact group ultimately accept these proposals?
In only very limited fashion.
And what do you mean by limited fashion?
There is reference in paragraph 12 and paragraph 13 of the opening section of the Rambouillet Accords, which reference the obligations of the parties with respect to the Yugoslavia Tribunal, but in a lighter fashion.
Okay. Mr. President, I tender the full paper in evidence, SPOE 4001-0656 to 4001-0667.
Any objection?
No.
SPOE 4001-0656 to 4001-0667 is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D 378, and I note it's currently classified confidential.
It can be public.
It shall be reclassified public. I'm sorry, what was the number again, Madam Court Officer?
1D 378.
Thank you.
Dr. Williams, I'd now like to take you to a book published by Dr. Weller. And if we could please have on the screen, Madam Court Officer, IT-05-87, 1D00018, please. And this is a book by Dr. Weller titled The Crisis in Kosovo, 1989 to 1999. And if we could please go to page 1D000468, which is page 246 of the PDF. Yes. Let's look at, if we could zoom in on the number 19. Dr. Williams, this is a reprint of a letter from the president of the ICTY to foreign ministers Vedrine and Cook on the 22nd of February, 1999, where President Gabriel Kirk MacDonald writes, "In recent days, I have received worrying reports concerning the progress of negotiations at the Kosovo peace talks at Rambouillet, France. I have been advised that the text currently under consideration by the parties does not contain provisions that would require them to recognize the competence of the International Tribunal or to take specific measures to cooperate with the Tribunal. Rather, I understand that under the current draft of the agreement, the parties would sign only a general provision on cooperation." If we go to the last paragraph, she writes, "It is axiomatic that there can be no peace without justice. Thus, any agreement that fails to bind explicitly the government of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia and the Kosovar Albanians to specific forms of cooperation risks being perceived as sacrificing the principles on which the tribunal is founded for short-term political interest." My first question, Dr. Williams, is did you have any role in the preparation of this letter by the president of the ICTY?
Yes.
What was your role?
I had two roles. First, with the consent of the delegation, I was the one who called Judge Gabrielle Kirk MacDonald to share this analysis and information with her. We had a prior existing relationship, which made that possible. And second, I provided draft language so that her letter could be as specific and as impactful as possible. And if you desire, I can provide a backstory to this, because this does seem a little out of the ordinary, which relates to Justice Goldstone and the Dayton Accords, but I'll pause.
If we need to, we'll go back into it.
Okay.
This portion, this last paragraph that I read out, what did you understand her position to be regarding the need for a final Rambouillet agreement to also bind Kosovo Albanians to cooperate with the ICTY in investigations and prosecutions of serious violations of international humanitarian law?
The ICTY, I'm trying to remember to pause for our translator friends. The ICTY had clear and unequivocal jurisdiction over acts in Kosovo, including any acts committed by the Kosovar Albanians. And so for the judge,
and for the Kosovar Albanians, it was important to be expressly clear, to expressly note that in these types of communications, so that there would be no ambiguity from the view of the judge or in the accords as to the full extent of the jurisdiction of the Yugoslav tribunal.
Okay. If we go to number 20 on the screen, please. This is a letter by the President of the ICTY to the President of the Security Council on the 16th of March, 1999, so shortly before the Kosovo-Albanian signing of the Rambouillet Agreement. And can you tell us what this is?
This is a letter from the President of the Tribunal to the President of the Security Council, notifying the Security Council that the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia had failed to comply with its obligations to allow the prosecutor and her investigators to enter Kosovo, specifically to investigate the Račak massacre.
Mr. President, I tender this page of the Weller book, which is page 1D000468, and I note that other portions of the book by Dr. Weller have been admitted already as Exhibit P04259, and we propose to add this page to that exhibit.
Any objection to the addition of this to the exhibits?
No objection. I think there is also exhibit parts of this book under 3D00024. I may be mistaken, but regardless, no objection.
The page ID 000468 is admitted and added to the existent 1D0018. Is that the?
No, it's P04259.
Oh, okay. It will be added to that previously existing exhibit then.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Public?
I assume that P04259 is public, and if so, this can be public as well.
This will be reclassified as public. It's a book.
Madam Court Officer, could we please have on the screen P04046? Dr. Williams, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is the draft interim agreement for peace and self-government in Kosovo, shorthand, what we frequently refer to as the Rambouillet Agreement.
And is this the document that Hashim Thaçi ultimately signed on behalf of the Kosovo-Albanian delegation?
Yes.
If we could please go to page K0364642, please. And if we could go to the bottom of the page on the left-hand side. Yes. The agreement at paragraph 10 calls on the parties to release all abducted persons or other persons held without charge. Do you see that?
Yes.
And paragraph 11 calls on the parties to provide information through tracing mechanisms of the ICRC to families of all persons who are unaccounted for. Do you see that?
Yes.
Were these provisions acceptable to the Kosovar Albanian delegation?
Yes.
In paragraph 12, if we could go to the top of the page on the right-hand side. It says that each party shall not prosecute anyone for crimes related to the conflict in Kosovo, except for persons accused of having committed serious violations of international humanitarian law. In order to facilitate transparency, the parties shall grant access to foreign experts along with state investigations. What was your understanding of who the state investigators and foreign experts are, referenced in paragraph 12A?
The Yugoslavia Tribunal.
Now, I showed you the letter from 16 March of the president of the ICTY referring Yugoslavia for non-cooperation to the Security Council. What was your understanding at the time, if you had any understanding at all, as to the position of the ICTY concerning potential investigation and prosecutions of serious violations of international humanitarian law being conducted by the parties, whether Serbia or the KLA?
There was no expectation by the Yugoslavia Tribunal that the parties, be it Yugoslavia, the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, or the Republic of Serbia, or the KLA, would conduct independent investigations, and my sense is that the Yugoslavia Tribunal would have been opposed to any of those efforts, double jeopardy, show trials, that it would be perceived, that domestic prosecutions or efforts would be used as a way of eroding the jurisdiction of the tribunal and undermining the ability of the tribunal to fulfill its mandate.
And what is that understanding based on?
Frequent engagement with the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia with respect to their perception of their rights and their prerogatives in the field of international justice, which was dramatically different in the 90s than we see globally today. And there was a deep concern that there was moderate to weak international support for the tribunal, and that there were constant, shall we say, mischievous efforts by some of the entities engaged in committing atrocity crimes to find ways around, such as, sorry, prosecutor, you don't have a visa, or don't worry, we're prosecuting people domestically, or we're going to do a South African amnesty-based truth commission pointing towards South Africa. So serious focus on maintaining their jurisdiction. If you'd like, I could provide some additional context as to why paragraph 12 and 13 seem to overlap, but I'll defer.
Well, I was just going to ask you, I'll pause for a second. I was going to go to paragraph 13 next, and then if your answer is relevant to that, please provide your explanation. But paragraph 13 calls for the parties to, quote, comply with their obligation to cooperate in the investigation and prosecution of serious violations of international humanitarian law, and then specifies the obligation stems from Security Council Resolution 827 to comply with the investigations of the ICTY. Subpart B of paragraph 13 then calls for complete and unfettered access to international experts, including forensic experts and investigators, to investigate allegations of serious violations of international humanitarian law. Who did you understand that to be a reference to, meaning international experts, forensic experts, and investigators?
Members of the International Criminal, I'm practicing pausing, sorry. I understood that to be reference to the investigators, experts of the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia.
Do you recall any provision of the Rambouillet Agreement which called on the parties to conduct their own investigations and punishments of serious violations of IHL?
I do not recall any provisions and would not be able to find any provisions in the Rambouillet Accords.
Do you recall any discussion or suggestion at Rambouillet, whether by international representatives or within the Kosovo-Albanian delegation, that the KLA should be doing its own investigation and punishment of serious violations of IHL committed by KLA forces?
I recall that I had no such conversations with any members of the American delegation with whom I was quite familiar, or with members of the contact group, some of whom I was quite familiar with. At no time did any of them raise that conversation with me, although they did frequently raise other topics that they wanted to convey to me.
What about any members of the Kosovo-Albanian delegation?
The Kosovo-Albanian delegation was exceptionally focused on the jurisdiction and the access and the empowerment of the Yugoslavia Tribunal, and to be colloquial, would putting all of their eggs in that basket as the mechanism of justice that would underpin the effective implementation of the Rambouillet Accords and address some of those earlier objectives that I commented on a few moments ago.
Thank you. Could we have on the screen now, please, Exhibit 1D00078, please?
If possible, can I ask my own question? If possible, can I go back to 12 and 13 to explain why they seem to overlap?
Sure.
Okay. The reason why paragraph 12 and paragraph 13 seem to overlap and provide different obligations is that, and this section ends at paragraph 13. Paragraph 12 was the bare minimum. There was quite a conversation within the contact group about how much to reference the Yugoslav Tribunal, with the Russians objecting essentially on behalf of Serbia. So paragraph 12 was the fail-safe so that the Americans and others could go back to Albright or to Senator Mitch McConnell or to others and say, we have paragraph 12. It doesn't say the Yugoslav Tribunal, but that's where we have justice and accountability, and it's constructively ambiguous, but that's the tribunal paragraph. Paragraph 13 was the more assertive paragraph for the jurisdiction of the tribunal. It was less than what the Kosovars had proposed, but more than what was floating within the contact group. When they added paragraph 13 for the tribunal, they didn't see a need to delete those two sentences from 12. And you'll notice that the sentences from 12 talk about there shall be no prosecution for political crimes, and then they stick in these obligations relating to international. And then the second part of paragraph 12 says, oh, there's an amnesty for those that have been political crimes, and then they stick in a sentence about investigations. That was the American drafters, Jim O'Brien, doing a very good job of ensuring that they anchored international criminal accountability in the Rambouillet Accords if they were unable to achieve paragraph 13. And that occurs frequently throughout the Rambouillet Accords.
Thank you for that explanation. If we could have 1D78 on the screen, please. Thank you. Dr. Williams, in your paper that we just had on the screen from the year 2000, at page SPOE 40010666, you discuss Security Council Resolution 1244 and how the issue of prosecution of serious violations of IHL was ultimately dealt with in Resolution 1244. Do you recall how many references to matters related to international justice are contained in Security Council Resolution 1244?
I believe it was one.
Let me show you.
But it's in front of me now, so.
Yeah. If you scroll down in the penultimate, recalling the jurisdiction and the mandate of the International Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia.
Yes.
And then if we go to paragraph 14 of the resolution. The Security Council demands full cooperation by all concerned, including the international security presence, with the International Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall any suggestion by the international community, either through Security Council Resolution 1244 or otherwise, that the KLA or the Provisional Government of Kosovo should be investigating and punishing serious violations of international humanitarian law?
I do not recall any such conversations or efforts by those involved in the international justice community, including those of the tribunal, to pursue that language.
What about beyond the international justice community? In the international diplomatic community, was there any such suggestion?
No.
What was your understanding at the time of who was tasked to investigate and prosecute serious violations of international humanitarian law committed by the KLA?
The International Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia.
Did you understand anyone else to have concurrent or subsidiary jurisdiction?
No.
You were the international law advisor to the delegation, as well as Dr. Weller. Did you ever advise Mr. Thaçi that the KLA had an obligation to investigate and punish its own members for serious violations of international humanitarian law?
No.
Do you know if Dr. Weller or any other advisor advised Mr. Thaçi that the KLA had an obligation to investigate and punish its own members for serious violations of international humanitarian law?
No.
You don't know, or they didn't?
They did not.
If we could please turn to Exhibit 1D69, please, in both the Albanian and the English. And before we get to that, could you explain why you didn't advise Mr. Thaçi of those obligations?
At the time, during the Rambouillet negotiations, which came on the heels of the Račak massacre and came on the heels of the Serbian government MUP VJ atrocities in Kosovo, the focus of those focusing on international justice was the repeat in Kosovo of what had happened in Bosnia and what was attempted in Croatia. And there was no consistently supported narrative of crimes being committed by the Kosovo Albanians, the KLA, or other non-state armed actors in Kosovo. So there wasn't a sense of the need to, okay, here are 3 or 4 things that you need to be doing that were related to other matters, but not with respect to violations of international humanitarian law And as I briefly mentioned earlier, although the Americans and some of the contact group members would frequently come to myself or to Mortar Bromowitz and say, hey, can you pass this to the delegation? Can you tell the delegation X, Y, or Z? This was never conveyed to us to do that. And looking around, we never thought, oh, we should definitely make sure that we walk them through this. And without providing too much context, in the other 36 peace negotiations that I've worked on, I do frequently sit with non-state armed actors and walk them through international humanitarian law and through their obligations.
But not in this case.
But not in this case.
Thank you. Dr. Williams, on the screen, you see the English translation. It's a document dated the 23rd of February, 1999. Do you know what this document is?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is the agreement to form a provisional government of Kosovo.
And do you know anything about how this agreement was reached?
Yes.
Can you tell us how it was reached?
To be precise, in the basis of my knowledge, I would spend all day and most of the evening in the Kosovo delegation room. When they had conversations about the provisional government, I did not attend those conversations. So I don't want to create the impression, I do want to create the impression that I was there for 80% of the conversations, but I don't want to create the impression that I was there for 100%. When there was internal Kosovar business, I would not attend those meetings. Now that said, there were lots of conversations about my thoughts or my ideas, along with Mark and Ambassador Bromowitz, or debriefs and filling us in on what was happening at these meetings, which we did not attend.
And
that didn't actually answer your question. That just gave the background to,
yeah.
to the answer.
I forgot my own question for a second. Do you need me to repeat it?
The question is, what were they doing?
Yes.
Basically. So what the Kosovar delegation realized at Rambouillet, and this is one of those instances where the contact group and the Americans had said, you want to advise your delegation to continue to build cohesion and to lock it in for the implementation of the Rambouillet Accords, because prior to coming to Rambouillet, it was a very kaleidoscopic situation. Political, military, you're looking through a kaleidoscope on Monday, on Tuesday, the colors have changed, they've rearranged. Perfectly normal in these types of situations. At Rambouillet, there was cohesion among the delegation. It took a little while, but they developed a consensus-based approach. They developed a workflow style, and they realized that you had the KLA, which was continuing to morph on literally a daily basis. You had the LDK, you had the LBD, which had split off from the LDK. You had Veton Soroy, who represented, let's just say, the intelligentsia, playing a much greater role, and he eventually formed his own party, Aura. And there was a desire to bring those pieces, as if it was a Rubik's Cube, to finally sort the Rubik's Cube and bring those pieces together so that the hard-won advantage of cohesion among the Kosovar Albanians, which up until that point were a mixed-up Rubik's Cube, can continue past Rambouillet and would be an effective implementing partner of the OSCE what was also called the implementation, the IM, which was envisioned in Rambouillet, and NATO. So while you've got your act together, please crystallize it.
And by the date of this document, what was your perception of whether there was cohesion within the Kosovo-Albanian delegation?
There what? I'm pausing for the translators not to think about my answer. There was cohesion.
You've mentioned Mr. Soroy several times. How well did you know Vetan Soroy in February of 1999?
I knew Vetan Soroy quite well in February of 1999 and have continued ever since to have a deep professional and personal engagement with him, just for full disclosure.
Okay. In February of 1999, did Mr. Soroy ever tell you that he had felt threatened by Hashim Thaçi?
He never, Vetan Soroy, never told me or indicated to me or exhibited behavior which would lead me to believe that he was threatened by Hashim Thaçi or any other member of the Kosovar Albanian delegation.
And in light of your deep professional and personal engagement with him, has he ever said to you since that he was threatened or felt threatened by Hashim Thaçi in Rambouillet?
He has never mentioned that he felt threatened or intimidated by Hashim Thaçi at Rambouillet.
Thank you. I'd like to take you to another document, 1D00356, please. Dr. Williams, this is a document dated 13 February 1999. It purports to have been written by someone named David Wilson. Do you recall a person by the name of David Wilson at the Rambouillet talks?
I recall an individual at the Rambouillet talks who was there on behalf of KVM and Ambassador Walker, but I do not recall specifically that his name was David Wilson.
Thank you. If we could turn to the second page, I believe, which should be SPOE 00117187, please. Towards the bottom of the page. The paragraph that begins Albanian negotiations. And I'll read out the portion of the paragraph. The Albanians were given their initial brief on the military and police annexes. They had very few questions at the time, but are expected to come back with detailed points later. This is the biggest immediate issue for the Albanians, partly because it requires them to disband, and partly because it makes them vulnerable to Serb duplicity. I spoke with two of the advisors, one American and the other German, at some length after the military briefing. They stressed the difficulty the senior KLA commanders would have in disbandment, not just because of perceived vulnerability, but also because their personal standing depended on their position in the KLA. Now, if we stop there, the date of the document again is the 13th of February, 1999. Do you know who the American and German advisors to the Albanian delegation might be in this report?
Yes.
And who might they be?
I was the American advisor, and Mark Weller was designated here as the German advisor.
if we could turn the page, please. The sentence that begins, "They revealed." They revealed, as expected, that Thaçi was being closely controlled from outside. Also, that the diaspora Albanians were a powerful influence and were much more hard-line than those in country. Again, no surprise. Now, the author of this document records that the advisors, who you say are you and Mark Weller, revealed that, as expected, Thaçi was being closely controlled from outside. Is that something you would have told the author?
Yes.
Was this consistent with what you observed in Rambouillet?
Yes.
And on what basis did you draw the conclusion that Mr. Thaçi was being closely controlled from outside?
I drew the basis for this conclusion based upon a number of factors. Multiple telephone conversations that Hashim Thaçi would be having with individuals from outside the chateau. So there was a constant ringing of his phone, which often entailed going to a corner of the room or going outside. The Kosovar room was on the ground level and you could easily access the garden. Also, from my engagement in the village of Rambouillet, outside of the chateau, where I would regularly meet with an American Albanian who had a close relationship with the KLA, and individuals who were identified to me as members of the KLA, where we would discuss different provisions of the agreement. And so there was the phone, there was the external advisors who had the external Kosovar Albanian and American Albanian advisors who had very clear thoughts and ideas, and a sense of demeanor. I've mentioned previously, been involved in over 36 peace negotiations, sometimes with the government, representing the government, sometimes non-state armed actors, sometimes civil society, so a whole range of characters. There's a sense when someone is in control of the negotiation, or a sense when they're in partial control, or whether they're in a subservient position. I did not have the sense that he was in full control, but rather that he was representing outside interests, which exercised power, authority, and control over his behavior and his actions.
Do you know or did you hear Mr. Thaçi having any conversations with anyone in Kosovo?
My understanding from my questions of who is Hashim talking to all the time on the phone, because again, I was in the delegation, and other than sleep, I did not sleep at the chateau. I stayed at a hotel in Versailles, but I was otherwise constantly with the delegation, were references to Kosovo. Some to the Kosovar Albanians in the chateau, but since I was popping out to see them on a regular basis, it was not as much. But the sense was that, yeah, he's getting calls from back home. I would also note, and now I'm pausing not for the translators, but for my memory, it was more often his phone ringing than I have to step outside and make a call.
And you had mentioned a Albanian American. Can you tell us the name of the Albanian American?
Dino Asani.
Now, in this report, it goes on to say that the advisor said that the diaspora Albanians were a powerful influence and were much more hardline than those in country. Was that something you might have said?
Yes.
And on what basis did you say that?
So for about a year prior to Rambouillet, I was heavily engaged with the Kosovar Albanian community in the United States, both through the National American Albanian Council, which was their registered organization, as well as individual conversations with influential members of the diaspora, to the point that when Ambassador Dick Holbrooke came to New York to brief the American Albanian community at Bruno's restaurant in New York, they asked me to come and be part of the American Albanian team that was getting briefed by Holbrooke and intending to give him a hard time about the October agreement or his ongoing negotiations. So that's probably too much information, but I was very intensively engaged with the American Albanian community.
And on what basis did you draw the conclusion that they were much more hardline than those in country?
Well, for one, during that lunchtime meeting with Holbrooke, Holbrooke said, "You're worse than the Albanians in Kosovo." Again, because the perception was, fairly or unfairly, that they were in New York, they had the space, and they had the privilege to make certain demands, and that they weren't actually experiencing the... Now, you can argue that's an unfair response, but I would say that would summarize part of it. The other dimension is when I was working with Bujar Bakoshi and with the American Albanians, and I have to say I'm using the phrase American Albanians because that was my point of contact. They would oftentimes reference Albanian diaspora around the globe, but I want to be cautious and stick by just saying the American Albanians, but I think they reflected, and they would have indicated to me that they reflected the more global diaspora view. We would have conversations where I would find myself very delicately trying to walk them back from some of their positions. Commitment to independence now. Transition of the KLA into a formal army from the get-go. Things along those lines. And I say it was delicate because not being an American Albanian, being a lawyer, but being privileged to have the opportunity to provide advice, I needed to be cautious about, how assertive. But I found myself playing that role of moderating what the Kosovar Albanians wanted to be putting on the table for the summer with the Hill process, for the fall with the Holbrooke process, and then in the Rambouillet village, spending time reality checking Dino, who was quite open. Again, as a lawyer, he was quite open to my thoughts.
Thank you. Dr. Williams, I just want to go back to a topic I covered when I asked you about the sentence Thaçi was being closely controlled from outside. And on what basis did you draw that conclusion? And I asked you who he may have been talking to. Mr. President, if, with your permission, I'd like to use the preparation note to refresh his recollection on one point.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Court Officer, could we please have DHT 12034 to DHT 12055, please? And while this is being pulled up, Dr. Williams, do you recall last week when we had our two video conferences for the preparation sessions that a note was prepared of our conversation?
Yes.
And could we go to the last page of the document, please? And there's an attestation at the end that says the information in this note was read back to 1DW001, that's you, who confirmed it reflected his account fully and accurately. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then if we could please go to paragraph 25. Yes, here's what it is written. Regarding the sentence, they revealed, as expected, that Thaçi was being closely controlled from outside. This is 100% consistent with 1DW001's view and what is in his witness statement. 1DW observed that Thaçi was in constant phone contact with and responsive, if not subservient to, local commanders as well as the KLA members and diaspora in Rambouillet village outside the chateau. And my question is, does this refresh your recollection as to whether you observed Mr. Thaçi being responsive, if not subservient, to local commanders?
Yes, this does reflect my recollection.
And on what basis did you draw the impression that he was responsive, if not subservient, to local commanders?
He would take their phone calls. They would be having a conversation for a period of time, and there would be feedback into the process from him, which I drew the conclusion was being responsive and subservient. Different tone, yeah.
Let me ask you, did you speak Albanian at the time?
No.
How did you know who he was speaking to and what he was saying?
I would frequently, because of the being in the chateau, would ask colleagues, Kosovo Albanian colleagues, who's Hashim talking to all the time? And they would indicate, you know, his team, Albanians, Kosovo, indicate that it would be the local commanders.
And who in the delegation, do you recall by name who that would have been, who told you that?
Blair Mshala, Doogie, and I'm drawing a blank on his last name at the moment. He also would translate with me, and Adita Tahari, in part because we were frequently engaged on documents.
Okay, thank you. If we could now go to a different document, or actually first I want to go to paragraph 27 of your witness statement. There you say, quote, KLA advisors were worried about the balkanized nature of the KLA units. Who were these advisors who were worried?
Dino Asani and his KLA colleagues in the village of Rambouillet.
Did the KLA advisors, Dino Hassani, raise these concerns to your knowledge with any members of the KLA delegation?
My impression was that this was something that he raised with the members of the delegation, and specifically was asked to work with me to help the delegation maintain cohesion, both the members of the KLA as well as the KLA within the delegation.
And turning to paragraph 30.
Mr. Michetic, if you allow, at line 4 of this page, you ask the witness who were his advisor who were worried, and the answer is Dino Hassani and his KLA, and we're missing one word.
I'd go with colleagues.
Colleagues, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. If we could, let me take you to a different part of your statement. You say in paragraph 33 that on the 21st of February, 1999, the Kosovo delegation was going to sign the Rambouillet agreement, but then Mr. Thaçi received a phone call, and then they were not going to sign. You say that you were in the delegation room during this time. My question is, did you see Mr. Thaçi receive a phone call?
Yes.
Do you know from whom, and how do you know?
I do not know from whom.
Did you see Mr. Thaçi convey to other members of the delegation that he could not sign the agreement?
Yes.
What was Mr. Thaçi's tone when addressing the other members of the delegation?
Anxious, apologetic, stressed, knowing what the consequences might be. And just a quick statement's not on my computer, but I suppose that's okay.
I can pull it up.
It's okay.
Right. I'll pull it up going forward.
No, that's fine.
In this meeting, was Mr. Thaçi, did you observe him being threatening or others reacting as if they were being threatened?
No, I did not. I was in the room. I observed the behavior. I did not observe threatening behavior.
Did you have someone interpreting for you?
Yes.
Who was that?
It would most likely have been Doogie.
And I don't.
He's a member of the delegation. He.
Can I suggest? Could it have been Dukajin Gorani?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. There's a reason why we call him. There's a reason why we refer to him as Doogie.
Okay. Thank you. Did Mr. Gorani convey to you a sense that there were threats being made or perceived threats being made?
He did not convey that to me at any time.
Okay. If we could please, for the benefit of the witness, put the statement on the screen, 1D375, please. And if we could go to paragraph 32. There you say, during the negotiations in Rambouillet, Hashim Thaçi left the chateau for the day to travel to Slovenia to meet with Adam Demaci. I understood this to be a critical meeting to secure the support of Demaci to sign the agreement. First, how did you know that Hashim Thaçi left the chateau to travel to Slovenia to meet with Adam Demaci?
When I asked my American Albanian colleagues in the chateau, where is Hashim? The answer was, he went to Slovenia to talk to Demaci.
And were you told why he had to go talk to Adam Demaci?
I inquired as to, well, essentially that question, how is that fitting into this process? And the answer was that it was necessary for political and cultural reasons for Hashim to go to Slovenia and visit Demaci.
And did you find out how that visit was related to what was transpiring in Rambouillet, if at all?
Yes. Yes.
What did you learn?
that while the Kosovar Albanian delegation was in Rambouillet, making halting progress towards an agreement, there were external pressures from the outside, which we had discussed earlier, from the local commanders, but there was also ideological pressure, and I would say cultural pressure, from Adam Damaci, which was creating a headwind for progress in the negotiations and potentially, if not likely, probably, let's say probably, undermining the movement towards an agreement, and so it needed to be engaged with.
Do you know if there was a specific issue that Adam Damaci had?
Yes.
And what was the issue?
Independence.
Thank you. If we go to paragraph 41 of your statement, please. Here you say, my sense was also that Thaçi had no authority to consent to an agreement without obtaining the approval of the regional commanders of the KLA, especially in light of the objection of Adam Damaci. On what did you base that sense?
I based that sense on the responsiveness of Hashim Thaçi to the phone calls, on his necessity to break from the Rambouillet Chateau and to leave it to go to a meeting with Adam Damaci, and to the persistent and consistent engagement of sending me outside of the chateau into the village to talk to Dino Asani and the representatives, as I was told, of the local commanders. Yes. Let me, if I could add one additional sentence.
Sure.
It wasn't okay, you're my lawyer, go humor them. You're my lawyer, go share with them what we're doing. Go keep them in the loop. It wasn't that type of relationship.
Yes, but you've said now that, I just want to follow up. The engagement of sending me outside of the chateau into the village to talk to Dino Asani and the representatives, as I was told, of the local commanders. Can you clarify what you mean by as I was told of the local commanders?
So, the nature of the kaleidoscope of the KLA was that I had a deep relationship with Dino, attorney, client, but also friendly. And so when I went to the hotel where Dino said, come to the hotel, let's meet with the local commanders. And I showed up and I'm like, Dino, good to see you again. And then a few people around the coffee table. And Dino said, these are my friends from the KLA. We have concerns. We want to talk with you. Da, da, da. The cultural and the confidential nature wasn't, this is Fred, this is George, this is the commander from this region. But it was that at that time, I'm thinking, this is Dino and his friends. Dino was subsequently, well, it was clear that Dino Asani was the American Albanian with the tightest connection publicly to the KLA. And so when Dino said, "These are my friends from the KLA," it was clear to me that, okay, these are individuals with power and authority in the KLA. And my job is to help them craft their points and to take instructions from them about things like developing cohesion and to be that point of technical and legal and wordsmithing bridge between them and those inside the chateau from the KLA.
Yes. Now, you say in this paragraph that he couldn't consent to an agreement without obtaining the approval of the regional commanders of the KLA. Could you tell us who the regional commanders you're referring to there are?
This would be a general description of lacking the power and authority. I could not list off 6, 7, 8 regional commanders by name.
Was there any discussion about any requirement of Mr. Thaçi to consult with regional commanders?
I would say there was a very clear understanding that he was a representative of the KLA and that he was the voice of the KLA in the chateau. And then physically I could see that there were multiple voices just in the village, less than a mile away. And that would be where my sense of the no authority to consent.
Thank you. Have you done any post-war work for Kosovo?
Yes.
And after Rambouillet, did you do any work or provide advice or representation to the Kosovo Provisional Government or to members thereof?
Yes.
And when did you do that? Or what were the topics, if you can't remember the dates?
Yes. So, Dino Asani was identified as the provisional government representative in the United States. And so I met with Dino on a number of occasions to talk about how he might carry out that role in the think tank community and engaging in other various activities that provisional governments engage in Washington, D.C. Over the arc of time, I was engaged in the Vienna Final Status negotiations, but now this is drifting from just the provisional government. This is writ large, the Kosovar Albanians. So I want to be clear about working with all of the parties on Vienna Final Status, Constitution, standards before status, independence, etc.
And who selected you to work on the Vienna Final Status talks?
President Rugova.
Do you recall what year that was?
No.
Did President Rugova ask you or your organization to do any other work for Kosovo?
President Rugova asked me to prepare a draft constitution for Kosovo, and I did.
What was the nature of your relationship to the actors on the political spectrum in Kosovo following the war?
Following the war in Kosovo, I have met with and worked with all except one of the prime ministers of Kosovo and with all of the presidents of Kosovo. So
Thank you. Dr. Williams, it's been brought to my attention that we may have a transcript issue, so I'd like to just make sure we get it right. And I'm taking you back now to the meeting in the room where Mr. Thaçi receives a phone call and says he cannot agree to the Rambouillet agreement. And I'll tell you what the transcript records. And this is for the benefit of the parties, page 85, lines 16 to 19. The question was, in this meeting, was Mr. Thaçi, did you observe him being threatening or others reacting as if they were being threatened? And what's recorded on the transcript is, no, I did not. I was in the room. I observed the behavior. I did observe threatening behavior.
That is incorrect.
What should it say?
I observed the behavior, and none of the behavior that I observed was threatening.
Thank you. Is that it? Thank you very much for answering my questions, and that concludes my direct examination, Mr. President.
All right, we will take our lunch break now. It's an hour and a half. Witness, we'll see you back here at 2:30. Thank you for your attendance. Please do not speak with anyone outside the courtroom about your testimony. We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in. That's it.
I can do that. Thank you very much.
All right, Dr. Williams, we continue now with cross-examination. Mr. Dixon?
Thank you, Your Honours. I don't have any questions at this time.
Mr. Roberts?
Thank you, Your Honour. No, I don't have any questions at this time either.
Thank you, Your Honour. Yes, I do have some. Good afternoon, Dr. Williams.
Good afternoon.
My name is Aidan Ellis, and I'm representing Mr. Jakub Krasniqi, who sits towards the back. I have a few questions for you this afternoon, primarily about Mr. Krasniqi.
Okay.
It's right, I think, that you met Mr. Jakub Krasniqi during the Rambouillet negotiations.
Yes.
And Mr. Krasniqi was a part of the Kosovar delegation and stayed at Rambouillet throughout the negotiations.
Yes.
You were asked by Mr. Misetic earlier today whether either you or Mr. Weller had advised Mr. Thaçi that the KLA had an obligation to investigate and punish its own members for serious violations of international humanitarian law, and your response was no. It would be right that the same would apply to Mr. Krasniqi. You or Mr. Weller didn't specifically advise him of that either.
Correct.
You also spoke earlier today about the cohesion in the Kosovar delegation, and Mr. Jakub Krasniqi was a part of that cohesion, wasn't he?
Yes.
You had arrived in France by the 5th of February, 1999, I think?
Correct.
Could I have on screen, please, DHT 05893 to DHT 05895 on the second page, please? If we could scroll down, this, just to orientate you, this is a cable from the US side. If we scroll down a little bit further, so that the paragraph is in the middle of the page, Dr. Williams, you'll see there, it's recorded that the opening ceremony began on time with all members of the two delegations present. In a notable display of unity, LDK leader Rogova sat next to KLA spokesman Krasniqi. Does that accord with your recollection that President Rogova sat next to Jakub Krasniqi at the opening ceremony?
I was not at the opening ceremony, as I had not yet been granted access on the 6th. It was not until the 8th that I joined. But yes, this would generally reflect the spirit that I observed while in the chateau.
Thank you. That can come down. And I would tender the cable.
Any objection to the cable?
Yes, Your Honor, there was no link to the witness there. He talked about the spirit. He was not at the event mentioned in it.
I'm sorry, sustain.
Well, Your Honor, may I be heard on that, please?
He said he wasn't there. His knowledge would be a supposition. That's why I've sustained the objection.
Well, yes, but in my submission, the test that has been applied on other evidence is whether the Rule 138 criteria is met, namely relevance, authenticity, and probative value.
On a supposition?
It's not on a supposition, it's on the document.
No, he said he's supposing who was seated next to each other.
Yes, I appreciate that, but what I'm submitting on is the tender of the document as to whether that meets the 138 criteria. And documents have been repeatedly tendered when they were not known to witnesses themselves because they were relevant, probative, and authentic.
We can't see the document.
Oh, I apologize. It was DHT 05893.
I know what it is. It isn't on the screen.
Yeah.
There it is.
It's a US cable of the sort of various of which have been admitted in the past few days.
I have a question for you, Mr. Ellis. Are you seeking to rely on anything other than the part you've read to the witness in this cable?
No.
Where's the part? I can't even find it.
Then why do we need it?
Why do we, yeah, I don't know what this adds.
The point is that earlier in this trial, the prosecution admitted a photograph that we objected to and said a very limited probative value, apparently for the purposes of trying to show an enmity between Mr. Krasniqi and Mr. Rogova. And what I'm trying to show through this cable is that they in fact sat next to each other at this very conference.
Your Honor, if I may briefly respond to these extensive submissions that we've heard. The test that counsel for Mr. Krasniqi set out is a bar table admission test. When we're seeking to tender items to a witness who's on the stand, there needs to be a link to that witness. As Your Honor has already ruled, there is no such link, so this item could not go in. Additionally, there is the aspect of relevance, which has not been established.
My ruling stands. Go ahead.
Well, witness, Dr. Williams, as the conference progressed, the Kosovar delegation divided into different working groups, didn't it?
Yes, that is correct.
And part of your role as legal advisor was to liaise between the different working groups, correct?
Yes.
You've mentioned Femi Agani in your evidence earlier today. It's right, isn't it, that Femi Agani, Jakub Krasniqi, Blair Mshala and Mehmet Harizi were part of a working group at the Rambier negotiations?
I recall the first three. Yes.
And of the first three that you recall, Femi Agani, Jakub Krasniqi, Blair Mshala worked together cooperatively in that working group, didn't they?
Yes.
And to be clear, Femi Agani was part of the LDK delegation. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. And if I can move very briefly beyond the Rambier conference, I think you already confirmed that you worked as legal advisor to the Kosovar side, also in the Vienna final status negotiations and in the drafting of the constitution.
Yes.
And that would be in approximately 2006, 2007, is that right?
Off the top of my head, yes.
And did you have the occasion to come across Mr. Jakub Krasniqi in the course of those negotiations as well?
Yes.
And once again, the Kosovar side was divided into working groups comprised of members of different parties?
Yes.
Mr. Krasniqi was part of the strategic political group, along with members of other political parties, including the LDK, wasn't he?
I do not recall that specifically.
Okay. And it's right, isn't it, that like at Rambier, Mr. Krasniqi played a cooperative role working together with other parties in those negotiations?
Yes, that is correct.
And an important part of the final status negotiations and the constitution was concerned with the constitutional protection of minority groups in Kosovo, including the Serb minority and the Roma minority.
Yes.
And Mr. Krasniqi played a positive role in working to secure those protections, didn't he?
Yes.
One moment. Thank you, Dr. Williams. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Mr. Potts, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, witness.
Good to see you again.
Yes, as you mentioned, we've seen each other once before. I'll introduce myself again anyway. I'm James Potts, a prosecutor with the SPO, and I'll be asking you questions, as the judge said earlier, for the next 2.5 hours or so. You never visited Kosovo or Albania in 1998 or 1999, right?
Correct.
Earlier, you testified you did not speak Albanian. You did not understand Albanian either in 1999, right?
Correct.
You don't recall having seen, before Rambouillet, any documents or communiques issued by the KLA, right?
Correct.
Before Rambouillet, you were not personally familiar with the KLA structure or organization, right?
Correct.
In 1998 or 1999, other than while you were in Rambouillet or Paris, you did not attend any meetings involving KLA general staff members, right?
Correct.
Before February 1999, you had never met or had contact with any KLA zone commander, right?
Correct.
In February 1999, you didn't even know the KLA zone commanders' names, right?
Correct.
Before Rambouillet, you had not attended any meetings at which the topic of who from the KLA would attend Rambouillet was discussed, right?
Correct.
You don't recall, before Rambouillet, having read or heard anything about the KLA component of the Kosovo delegation to Rambouillet, right?
Correct.
Before February 1999, you had not met or had any contact whatsoever with any of the 4 persons accused in this case, right?
Correct.
You don't recall ever meeting or having any contact with Recep Salimi, right?
Correct.
As you told the SPO 2 weeks ago, when you first met Mr. Thaçi at Rambouillet, the extent of what you knew about him was that he was educated in Switzerland, right?
Correct.
So before Rambouillet, you did not know whether Mr. Thaçi was one of the founding members of the KLA, correct?
Correct.
You did not know before Rambouillet whether Mr. Thaçi was a member of the KLA General Staff, right?
Correct.
You did not know before Rambouillet whether Mr. Thaçi was a member of the KLA Political Directorate, right?
Correct.
Before Rambouillet, you did not know whether Mr. Thaçi was the head of the Political Directorate of the KLA, right?
Correct.
At paragraph 16 of your statement, you say that prior to Rambouillet, you had a close relationship with Prime Minister Bora Bukoshi and through him with President Rugova. And you've testified about your close relationship with Bukoshi earlier today. Before Rambouillet, were you aware of any tension or problems between Mr. Bukoshi and KLA members?
No.
Before you got to Rambouillet, Did you know whether Hashim Thaçi had publicly accused Mr. Bukoshi of financing the murder and attempted murder of KLA commanders and having plans to liquidate the KLA general staff?
No.
You stated that you landed in France on 5th February 1999 and stayed throughout the first round of the conference. You first entered the Rambouillet Chateau, where the Kosovo delegation met on 8th February 1999, right?
Correct.
You believe you most likely would have been introduced to Mr. Thaçi on 8th February 1999, right?
Yes.
You don't recall being present when Mr. Thaçi was selected as the chairman of the Kosovo delegation, correct?
Correct.
The first round of Rambouillet ended on 23rd February 1999, and you went back to Washington, D.C., right?
Yes.
You stayed in Washington, D.C. until you arrived in Paris on 14 March 1999, right?
Yes.
The Paris round ended on 19 March 1999, and you went back to D.C., correct?
Yes.
The diaspora advisor you refer to but don't name in your statement to the Thaçi defense was Dino Assanai, who you've also discussed today, correct?
Yes.
Your statement to the Thaçi defense makes no specific mention of Jakub Krasniqi, correct?
Correct.
You saw Jakub Krasniqi at Rambouillet multiple times, right?
Correct.
Were you in any working groups together?
We would have been in small group meetings relating to the various issues.
Do you recall the issues that you were a part of with Mr. Krasniqi?
They would have related to constitutional questions, the protection of minority rights, and the review of the military annex.
Any secretary or foreign minister level meetings you attended during Rambouillet were attended by the entire Kosovo delegation, correct?
Correct.
Do you know who attended the secretary or foreign secretary level meetings which you did not attend?
No.
Your statement makes no specific mention of Kadri Veseli, correct?
Correct.
When I asked you in your SBO interview 2 weeks ago to try to focus and to remember whether you met Kadri Veseli at Rambouillet or not, you answered that at this point, I don't want to go beyond my statement in answering that question. In this case, I would just be basing it off of impromptu recollection. Do you now recall whether or not you met Mr. Veseli at Rambouillet, be it inside or outside the chateau?
I do not recall whether I met him inside or outside the chateau.
Mr. Patch, I don't want to come in the middle of your cross-examination, but a moment ago you asked the witness whether before Rambouillet he was aware of any tension between Mr. Bukoshi and KLA members. Would you mind to ask him, or I can ask him, whether he ever became aware of such tension after Rambouillet?
If I may reserve that until a later point, Your Honor. Thank you.
Of course.
I'd like to call up SPOE 400-10709-400-10710. If we can zoom in where we have Wall Street Journal for now, and a little bit more. That's okay for now, thank you. Witness, on your screen we see this is a Wall Street Journal article dated 28 April 1999. Let's turn to the next page, please, which is the one ending 710, and I'm going to read from the 4th paragraph from the top. So we can zoom in to that. A little bit, oh, that's a little bit more zoomed, and then perhaps we can scroll. Yeah, so I'm going to read from Bukoshi is old guard. So there's a quote there. Quote, Bukoshi is old guard. Thaçi is new guard. End quote, says Paul Williams, a former U.S. State Department official who now serves as the legal representative to the Bukoshi government, and who represented both men at the failed peace talks in Rambouillet, France. Mr. Williams says there is a, quote, natural tension, end quote, between the two, but describes Mr. Thaçi as an, quote, effective political representative, end quote, who is, quote, engaging and polished, end quote. Witness, do you recall saying that in or before April of 1999?
Yes.
Your Honor, we seek to admit this item.
Any objection?
No objection.
SPOE 400107009 to 400107110 is admitted. And it is, if it's not public, it should be.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit B 4491, and it will be reclassified to confidential, to public.
Thank you. Go ahead.
We can take the document down, and instead of that, I would like to call up IT-05-87-1D00018, and we can go to the first page for now, please. We see, if we zoom, thank you, that this is a publication by Mark Weller that was also shown to you this morning during testimony. And Mark Weller was the other external legal advisor to the Kosovo delegation, whom you mentioned earlier today, and you referred to in your statement, but you don't name him in your statement. Let's please turn to the page 1D00-0620, which should be PDF page 398. Yes, and here I'm going to read from the third from last paragraph, so we could zoom down a little bit, please. And I'm going to read from the Kosovo delegation. The Kosovo delegation, in the end, consisted roughly of 1/3 LDK representatives, open brackets, including elected President Rugova and Prime Minister Bukoshi, close brackets, 1/3 LBD, and 1/3 KLA. In addition, there were 2 independents, Vetun Suroy and Blerim Shala, both distinguished journalists and intellectuals. Overall, this meant that the more radical LBD and the KLA representatives dominated the delegation by 2-1. Thus, instead of the elected President Ibrahim Rugova, the delegation was led by Hashim Thaçi, a then 29-year-old, highly intelligent and determined KLA leader whose nom de guerre, quote, the snake, end quote, had been earned during the previous months of confrontation. He had a reputation of great effectiveness in consolidating previously divergent views within the KLA, and was viewed by the Belgrade government with particular hatred. Witness, did you know Hashim Thaçi had gained the nom de guerre, the snake, before Rambouillet?
No.
Did you know of Hashim Thaçi's reputation for great effectiveness in consolidating previously divergent views within the KLA?
No.
Your Honor, we seek to tender this one page, and that would be added to P04259 which contains other pages from the same item. Yes.
Just the one page. Any objection?
Of course. He just made the objection to counsel for Mr. Krasniqi, and then now goes and does the same thing, actually worse.
Sustained. Go on.
Your Honor, if I may respond, then I need to do it in the witness's absence, please.
No, not in his absence. Go ahead and respond.
Your Honor, I don't think I should be forced to make arguments about witness credibility in front of the witness, with respect.
Please excuse us for just a minute. You'll step out of the courtroom. It's not his statement. He doesn't know any of this, and you want to introduce the document?
Your Honor, we have a witness who has, during direct cross-examination, thus far acknowledged that he didn't know anything about Hashim Thaçi other than he was Swiss educated
And he just said he
before
doesn't
he
know
got to
anything about.
Rambouillet.
He just said he doesn't know what you ask him about.
Yes.
He's agreeing with you.
Yes. The fact that the witness didn't know this information, as he just agreed with me, is relevant to his assessment about Hashim Thaçi's authority during the Rambouillet agreement and thereafter. And his statement is littered with assertions concerning Hashim Thaçi's authority. So this item that I showed is relevant both to the witness's credibility and also to the charges against the accused, noting also that the source of this item was similarly positioned to the witness we have here. He was the other external legal advisor to the delegation. So this witness's knowledge concerning members of the delegation, in particular Mr. Thaçi, is highly relevant to the prosecution's case.
Okay. Same ruling stands. If you have any question about it, you can look up your objection to Mr. Ellis's question. Please bring the witness back in. You may continue.
We can take the item down. Witness: certain non-KLA members of the Kosovo delegation were impressed by Hashim Thaçi's work as the head of delegation, right?
Can you ask that question again?
I can ask it differently. To your knowledge, were certain non-KLA members of the Kosovo delegation impressed by Hashim Thaçi's work as the head of the delegation?
I wouldn't know whether the other members of the delegation, what was their impressions.
I'd like to call up P04216, please. This is a video, and alongside it, we're going to call up the English translation, which is 065452-01-DR-ET revised. In the video, we're going to, I'll do the English transcript, I see that on the screen. In the transcript, we're going to go from the bottom of page 13 into page 14. And in the video, we're going to play minutes 30:48 to 31:30. We could just scroll down a little bit more in the transcript, and then we can start. and it's going to, at some point, go into the next page. And we don't need to call up the Albanian transcript because what we're going to hear is in Albanian, but for reference, the Albanian transcript is 4216 AT, and there it's also from the bottom of page 13. So if the video is ready, we will play from minutes 30:48 to 31:30, please.
Krahu I djathtë në konferencit doktor Rrugovës ka fjalë të mira për Thaçin si shef I delegacionit.
Mbreshat e mia janë të veçanta sepse ai ishte I ri për nga mosha. Nuk kishte shumë përvojë politike, po kishte shumë përvojë në kuptimin organizativ, edhe sigurisht shumë I guximshëm dhe I vendosur për të qenë në Ushtrinë Çlirimtare të Kosovës, madje edhe udhëtës politik I tyre. Pra ishte një profil pavarësisht moshës, kishte një profil lartë në kuptimin e udhëheqjes dhe e bëri mirë, pra ka udhëheq mirë delegacionin kësaj.
Sigurisht, deklaratat e
We can
Tahir.
pause here. Thank you. Witness, did you recognize Edita Tahiri on the screen speaking?
Yes.
And that is someone that you met during Rambouillet, right?
Yes.
You've also met her in subsequent years after the war, including not too long ago, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware of this expressed view concerning Hashim Thaçi by Edita Tahiri?
Not necessarily one way or the other.
What does that mean?
I'm not in this interview that I'm aware of, and I haven't spoken with her about
Yes,
her
I'll stop you there.
perceptions.
But the question is, were you aware of this expressed view of Hashim Thaçi by Edita Tahiri? If you haven't spoken to her about the perception, I understand your answer to be no.
Correct.
We can take the item down. At Rambouillet, Hashim Thaçi resisted immense pressure from Secretary Albright and others to sign the agreement presented, right?
Correct.
You testified, apology. You testified this morning that during Rambouillet, you would not attend meetings when there was, quote, internal cause of our business, end quote. How often would such meetings take place to your recollection?
My recollection is that there were ongoing conversations late in the evening in the chateau about internal Kosovar delegation business.
And you would not have been there because you slept outside the chateau?
Correct.
The non-KLA members of the Kosovo delegation in Rambouillet were in favor of signing, right?
Correct.
This morning, you testified that when Mr. Thaçi conveyed to other delegation members that he could not sign the agreement, his tone was anxious, apologetic, stressed, knowing what the consequences might be. You also testified you did not observe threatening behavior by Mr. Thaçi at this meeting, and that Dukajini Gorani, who acted as interpreter, never conveyed to you a sense that there were threats or perceived threats being made. And during your SPO interview, you stated that when Mr. Thaçi explained to other Kosovo delegation members that he thought they should not sign the Rambouillet agreement, his tone was diplomatic, respectful, normal tone of the conversations that had occurred throughout the time. Do you recall saying that?
Correct.
I'm going to show you a video and then ask you some questions. If you could please call up 128791-02 side by side with 128791-02-TR, please. And in the English transcript, we can go to page 9, where we'll start, and then it bleeds into page 10. And we can go down a little bit further, please, in the transcript. Even more, all the way down. That's it's the next page, actually. This is page 8, so I'd ask for page 9. Great, so just the bottom of this page, please. The transcript is good, and the timestamp in the video will be from minute 44:02, please. So we're going to play this video from minute 44:02, and I would like to play until minute 45:30. And as I mentioned, we're going to start in the English, where we have it on the screen now, from 44:02, and it's going to then go into the next page. The speaking is going to be in English, and there is no Albanian translation. There are no Albanian translation provided or no Albanian transcript. So we can play.
The Albanian delegation. They'd elected the young and inexperienced KLA man Hashim Thaçi as their leader. The entire delegation urged him to accept, but he refused because the agreement on offer did not include a referendum on independence.
The delegation appointed Thaçi for a leader, not knowing that they may become his prisoners.
It was a formidable yes on all sides, except when it came to Thaçi. It was very, very strained. And he said no.
Thaçi was really blunt to the delegation, stating that, look, this document, this actual presentation is completely unacceptable.
He used the language which could be understood as threatening.
And whoever signs it now, I would treat him or consider him as the enemy of the nation.
It was a graphic illustration of the power the gun now wielded among the Kosovar Albanians. Thaçi's intimidation of his fellow delegates did not stop a warm relationship developing between him and his international sponsors.
We can stop here. Thank you. Witness, my first question is whether you recognize the two speakers that appeared on screen.
Yes.
Could you give us their names?
Vetan Saroy and then Dugi. I'm drawing a same, yes.
The one we referred to earlier, Dukajini Gorani, correct?
Yes, Gorani, yes.
And for context, witness, this is from a BBC video documentary, and it first was broadcast in 2000. Now, this morning, you testified that Mr. Saroy never mentioned to you that he felt threatened or intimidated by Hashim Thaçi at Rambouillet. And you also testified you have a deep professional and personal engagement with Mr. Saroy. Were you aware that Mr. Saroy had said this to the BBC?
I have not previously seen this BBC report.
Yes, and my question was, were you aware that Mr. Saroy had said that? So did he ever tell you that he spoke to the BBC about certain matters, for example?
No.
Were you aware that Dukajini Gorani, had said what we heard him say in this excerpt to the BBC?
The excerpt, no.
Did Dukajini Gorani ever tell you anything after Rambouillet in terms of feeling threatened or threatening environment during Rambouillet?
No.
Your Honor, we seek to admit the excerpt shown for the purpose of impeachment as well as for the truth of its contents, and that would be added to the item P04487, where we've already admitted another excerpt from the same video.
Same objection, Mr. President. The witness, to use Mr. Pacha's objection, the witness has added nothing and knows nothing about the clip.
Your Honor, this is cross-examination where we can also tender items for the purpose of impeachment. It's very different from what Mr. Ellis was doing earlier.
In what way does this impeach his testimony?
Your Honor, we've heard the witness testify that he's not aware of any threats by Mr. Thaçi he was asked, in fact, about this by the direct examination. And here we have information that says otherwise, that is relevant to the credibility.
That's not his information, though. That's somebody else's information, and there's no linkage to him. So how is it attacking his credibility?
Your Honor, the linkage to him was created when counsel asked him specifically about whether Mr. Suroy or Mr. Gorani had expressed to him any views on threats. I'm not saying the witness is lying, but here we have information that indicates that they have expressed those threats, and that is certainly relevant, again, to credibility of the witness, to what he knows and does not know, and also for the truth of the contents, going to Mr. Thaçi's behavior during Rambouillet, and also bearing in mind that this is behavior in relation to non-KLA members of the delegation.
Again, the second part, for the truth of the contents, the witness has offered nothing about the document. They've had 2.5 years to put on their case. If they wanted to make a case that he made threats at Rambouillet, they had 2.5 years to do it. The witness has added nothing to this, and it doesn't need to come in for impeachment, because he hasn't said anything to impeach.
Please mark it for identification. We'll rule on it later.
Your Honor, can I clarify? The prosecutor asked that it be added to already existing Exhibit P 4487. Shall I give it a new number marked for identification?
You better give it a new number now.
In that case, Your Honor, this segment, minute 4402 to minute 4530, and the pages 9 and 10 as they were shown will be MFI'd as P4492.
Mr. Patch.
We can take the item down. Witness, earlier you testified about Mr. Thaçi behaving in a diplomatic, respectful manner in Rambouillet. Do you know whether he behaved in a diplomatic and respectful manner towards Mr. Bokoshi throughout the Rambouillet conference?
Yes.
And does that mean you know, or that he did?
It means that I know. I can provide additional context if you'd like.
I would not. The next item I'm going to call up is not for public broadcast. I'd like to call up 078271-TR-ET Part 4 RED, please. And if we can turn to page 27, please. If we scroll down, I'm going to read from line 15. And witness, for context, this is from an interview of Mr. Veton Suroy. I'm going to read from line 15 on the page on your screen. And for the interpreters, there's no Albanian version available. And then I'm going to ask you a question. Question. And some of the rhetoric that had been used in the lead up to Rambouillet was very strong. Did that manifest at all in how Thaçi interacted with Dr. Rogova or Bokoshi? Answer: yeah. At some point, he threatened Bokoshi. I mean, I think he threw a coffee, not a mug, but an espresso cup at him. He was at a big distance, so it did not do much, but he... Question. What was the reason for that? Answer. I can't. It was not anything substantial, but it was some disagreement on... It was at some point, bad blood would emerge on one or the others and say, quote, well, you, end quote, you know, quote, you will decay this, end quote, or, quote, you did this, end quote, or, quote, we wouldn't be in, and if we can turn to next page, this place if it were not for you, end quote, etc. Witness, my question is, were you aware of this alleged incident during Rambouillet, Mr. Thaçi threatening Mr. Bukoshi and throwing an espresso cup at him?
No.
We can take the document down.
Mr. President, if I may just make a remark.
Yes.
I apologize, but we spent 2 years being told and under an oral order of the panel to not put those types of documents on the screen in our cross-examination.
Your Honor, this was not broadcast to the
Could you
public.
wait till he's finished, please, Mr. Potch?
It has nothing to do with broadcast to the public. We were told we couldn't even put the document up to show to witnesses. And so I would object now to a different standard being applied to the defense case in chief.
Well, we haven't applied any standard at this point. We're just listening.
Well, may I'll refer the panel to its oral order which was recorded on...
No, I'm saying right now we haven't made any statement about that. You're making the statement.
The witness was shown.
Yes, I know
where the
I
interview
know.
was taken from.
I'm just telling you we haven't made a decision. That's all on this line of questioning because we weren't asked to.
No, I know. Maybe I'm not being clear.
No.
We were, and I take full responsibility, we were not allowed to show witnesses that kind of statement on cross, on the screen.
You were allowed, Mr. Michetic. We said it's the second best. We did not make a prohibition. We said you should first attempt to do it without the statement unless you could not, in which case you could. That's the ruling.
But I thought the second best meant you could say it without putting the document on the screen, which is all the point I'm trying to make, which was the procedure we tried to use.
So you are telling us that Mr. Pat should have first tried without the text.
Were you aware of the incident, etc.? Yes.
Go ahead. Please ask him his foundational question about what he knows before you ask him to argue with something that's on the screen.
That's noted for future. I'm not addressing this item further, but I take your note, Your Honor. Thank you. Witness, changing subject slightly, although always Rambouillet related. In your statement, you say that the Kosovo delegation desired a clear provision in the Rambouillet agreement that Kosovo was entitled to independence or external self-determination at the end of the 3-year interim period, and as a fallback, the Kosovo delegation was willing to accept a provision that there would be a referendum on which the final status would be based. The KLA delegation at Rambouillet did not sign at Rambouillet because the agreement presented at the time did not provide what they desired in relation to the matter of independence or referendum thereon, right?
Correct.
Hashim Thaçi and other KLA members made it clear well before February 1999 that they would never support a political solution without some explicit reference to independence in the final document, right?
At Rambouillet in February of '99, that message was conveyed to me.
So just if I can clarify your answer, witness, in February 99, while you were at Rambouillet, you learned that prior to Rambouillet, Hashim Thaçi and other KLA members had made it clear they wouldn't sign, or am I misunderstanding? Can you clarify?
You are misunderstanding. You asked me whether I was aware of the KLA position of independence prior to Rambouillet. And I had said, at Rambouillet, the KLA made clear to me their position on independence. Now, I can provide additional context as to how I knew that the Kosovo Albanian position
was independence prior to Rambouillet, which I was aware of.
I understand, but I'm asking you a slightly different question, so I'm going to show you a document. If we could please call up P01067. And you will correct me if I'm wrong, but you do have a background in the Secretary of State, working for the Secretary of State, right, witness?
I was the legal advisor in the Department of State. I was one of the legal advisors in the Department of State for European and Canadian Affairs from 91 to 93.
And in your experience with that department, would you have had access to cables such as the one on screen? Or I'm not saying the one, but of that nature, cables from embassies, for example?
Yes, it's a little small,
So
but
we
I
can-
recognize it. I recognize it as a confidential now and classified cable.
Understood. If we could zoom in just a little bit on this first page, please. We can see that the date is here, the 3rd November 98, and from American Embassy Belgrade to Secretary of State, Washington, D.C. Do you see that, witness?
Yeah, American Embassy to Secretary of State, yes.
And above that, my understanding is that the numbers that we see mean that this is the date of the document is 3rd November 98. Can you confirm that? Perhaps we could zoom a little bit further.
It looks, yes, it's November of 98, and yes.
Thank you. Can we please turn to pages 0753?
Just a second, Mr. Potts, our computer is stopped. Mine isn't, yours is. I know. His computer is off. So we'll take a little bit, so we'll take the 10-minute break now. Witness, we'll give you a 10-minute comfort break, and then we'll be back in the courtroom in 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
We're adjourned until 3:40.
All rise. rise.
Be seated.
Sure. Mr. Mišetić, if you can assist in our deliberations on that point, you elicited evidence from this witness in relation to the existence or otherwise of threats and the relationship between the various members of the delegation, as we understand it. Can you maybe help us understand what you think it is relevant to in your case, so that we understand what would be relevant potentially to answering that case?
It is not relevant to our case. It was an issue brought up by Judge Gaynor and the previous witness, and we had a follow-up witness who had direct knowledge of it, so we answered Judge Gaynor's question. So to the extent there's a judge's case being put, we responded. It wasn't an affirmative part of our case, so there's nothing in my submission for the prosecution to respond to.
Because we got also questions from Mr. Ellis about who sat whom and how people related to each other. So is it part of your case, or Mr. Ellis, if you want to respond for Mr. Krasniqi, that the dynamic between the various actors at Rambouillet is relevant to anyone's case? That, again, would help us understand what's at issue here.
I'll speak for Mr. Thaçi. The dynamic is not a part of our case. It was, again, just a response to an issue raised by Judge Gaynor.
Thank you.
Can I just ask one follow-up question about that, Mr. Thaçi? Oh, sorry, Mr. Mišetić. When you questioned this witness on the issue as to whether Thaçi issued a threat to various members of the Kosovar Albanian delegation, do you accept that you were opening up a ground for the prosecution to cross-examine that witness on, because you had led that evidence in direct examination? Do you accept that?
No, I don't, because as I mentioned, and I'm stating on the record now, it isn't part of our case. We're entitled to respond, and we're only responding to a new issue raised by the bench.
In a previous witness's evidence?
Yes, I mean, you raised it, and we were responding because it apparently was of interest to you.
Yes.
It's not part, the whole issue of relations among the members of the delegation at Rambouillet is not part of the prosecution case, and therefore not something that we would have responded to, but for the fact that you raised it.
I understand your position. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I weigh in?
Mr. Ellis, you may respond if you wish.
Thank you. I don't know if I want to jump in any further, but I think we are also responding to evidence that was led by the prosecution earlier in the case through another witness. I think from recollection 2144.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Potts, you certainly can have your say.
Thank you. I'll be brief. However, this issue came up, as in if it was because of Judge Gaynor or not, is not relevant. The defense has led evidence with this witness about it. Here, we need to remember that the prosecution, I know it's new, it's just this week, but we are the cross-examining party. We are responding to what they ask and what they ask this particular witness. I further would like to note that what Mr. Mišetić said is not actually correct in terms of the prosecution's case. We know well that the prosecution's case involves Hashim Thaçi and others, and our allegation is, for example, that they issued threats towards the LDK and other members and other non-KLA members, but just by way of example. Here we have a situation where they were all in the chateau together, KLA and non-KLA. So the manner in which Hashim Thaçi interacted, in particular with the non-KLA members, is certainly highly relevant to our case. And as Your Honor knows well, and I don't even need to say, but I'll say it anyway, we are entitled to lead evidence that is relevant to our case when a witness can give evidence about it. This evidence was there. So just again, this is both a matter of being able to cross-examine a witness and be effective, It's also a matter of equality of the parties. During the prosecution case, the defense was able to admit items of this nature for impeachment as well as for the truth of its contents throughout, as was the right and as should be. That was a good decision and it was fair. The same fairness should be applied to us, who are now the cross-examining party, and when we're submitting relevant evidence. Thank you.
Yeah, I think one of the problems is I don't believe this is really a credibility issue, and I think you may have had a slip of the tongue when you said that, because I think it has to do with your case itself, not about credibility of this witness who didn't have anything to do with this, but we're not ready to rule on it yet anyway.
Yes, I would just add that if it is part of their case, I will repeat, they had over 2 years to put on their case, including a bar table of thousands of documents to put stuff in. They didn't do it. They put on a document on the screen. You'll remember, I won't mention what it was, but there was a witness that could have been called on this issue. They didn't call him either, and this is not the time now to be putting in evidence in their in support of their case on an issue that isn't part of our case. It is in response to the bench, which is a complicating factor here, because I think we're entitled to respond to an issue raised by the bench but not raised by the prosecution, particularly on the discrete issue of what happened at Rambouillet. As far as I recall, I don't think they discussed Rambouillet much, if at all, in terms of witnesses or anything in their case in chief.
Thank you. We've heard enough. We'll get a decision made, and then we'll move on. So you can bring the witness in. Mr. Potts, do you have some idea? Are you going to finish today, or are you going to have some of tomorrow as well?
I think if I don't, there's 45 minutes left. If I don't finish today, it'll be very close. I don't have that much material. We'll see how it goes, but either by 4:30 or soon enough in the morning.
Thank you. Sorry you had to wait. We try to keep a tight schedule, but we had a technical problem, so.
There are plenty of cookies in the room, so I'm happy.
No one brings us cookies.
Next time I can come back with some.
We'll continue. Mr. Potts, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, if you recall before the break, we were looking at the item that's on your screen. And
Yes.
we were saying that it's a cable, that you're familiar with the nature of this item, not the item itself. And we said it's from the 3rd of November 98, the U.S. Embassy in Belgrade to Secretary of State. And within the same cable, I'd now like to turn to page 075306, please. And if we could scroll all the way to the bottom, I'm going to read from paragraph 15. And here we see Thaçi and his colleagues not surprisingly demand independence and say that they will ultimately never support a political solution without some explicit reference to that event in the final document. My question, witness, is were you aware that Hashim Thaçi and his colleagues had expressed such views prior to Rambouillet?
I was not specifically necessarily aware that Thaçi and his colleagues expressed these views. However, these are 100% consistent with the views of the American Albanians and others that I was interacting with in the provision of my pro bono legal advice.
We can take the document down. Witness, you've never met or had contact with Adem Demaci, right?
Correct.
And he wasn't a member of the KLA's general staff, right?
I have no knowledge of that one way or the other.
Do you know whether or not he was appointed to his role by the KLA general staff?
I have no knowledge of that. one way or the other.
When you were asked this morning for the basis upon which you drew the conclusion Mr. Thaçi was being closely controlled from the outside, you mentioned a number of factors. The first related to multiple telephone conversations. You didn't hear what Mr. Thaçi said during those telephone conversations, right?
I did not understand the Albanian being used in those telephone conversations.
And as you testified this morning, when those phone calls came in, he went to the corner of the room or outside, right?
Correct.
Does that also mean that you were not able to hear what was being said to Mr. Thaçi by the speaker on the other end of the line?
That is correct, yes.
Over the last 2 years, have you met or had any contact with any member of Mr. Thaçi's defense other than when you gave your interview, you provided your statement and your preparation sessions?
Not with respect to the case.
And in respect to other matters?
Yes.
And who was that contact with?
Kate Gibson.
And would that be by virtue of her position in the PILPG?
Yes.
During your defense preparation meeting, you said that at Rambouillet, you never advised Mr. Thaçi or the Kosovar delegation that they had an obligation to investigate and prosecute crimes on their own. And you also said that crimes by the KLA were not part of the conversation or the narrative at the time. And you testified to that effect earlier today as well.
Correct.
I'm going to show you a document, and then I'm going to ask you some questions. Could we please call up SPOE 400-10969-400-10978. And on our screen is a book you co-authored, correct?
Correct.
I should be even more precise, it's the cover of the book you co-authored.
Yes.
And let's please turn to page SPOE 400-10971. And if we could zoom in, we see towards the middle, copyright 2002. Is that when this book was published?
Yes.
And do you recall whether you wrote this in 2002 or earlier?
Likely would have been earlier. Takes about yes.
So, for example, in 2001, perhaps?
Yes.
I'd like to turn to, within the same document, page SPOE 400-10975, please. And here, let's zoom in on the right-hand side, the right page, and then the second paragraph from the bottom. So, as we are, and a little further down. Thank you. So, I'm going to read from the last sentence of the penultimate paragraph, starting with "as a result." As a result, in the mid-1990s, some elements of the Kosovo Albanian population formed the Kosovo Liberation Army, which murdered members of the Serbian police and military forces and perceived Kosovo Albanian collaborators. Witness, when did you first learn that KLA members murdered perceived Kosovo Albanian collaborators?
Let me try to recall. My guess, well, sorry, I do not know.
We can take this item down, and instead let's please call up SPOE 400-10668 10708. And of course, witness, your answer was, I do not know, but certainly, given your answer earlier, it must have been at the latest in 2001. Would that make sense?
Yeah, I was trying to not misstate a specific fact as to when, but it would have been before 2020, would have been before the book was published, probably in conducting the research in 2000, 2001.
Thank you for clarifying.
Sure.
And on the screen now, we see an article which you authored, or at least attributed to you, Earned Sovereignty, the Road to Resolving the Conflict over Kosovo's Final Status. And do you recall this article?
Yes.
And you wrote it, right?
Yes.
And we see it seems to have been published in January 2003. Do you recall if you wrote it in January 2003 or before?
This would have been a closer timeline, so it would have been the end of 2002, let's say November, December.
Within this article, I'd like to turn to page SPOE 400-10680, please. And here, if we can zoom in on the first paragraph, I'm going to read from As a Result. As a result, in the mid-1990s, some elements of the Kosovo Albanian population formed the Kosovo Liberation Army, which murdered members of the Serbian police and military forces and perceived Kosovo Albanian collaborators. Witness, so here, essentially using the identical language in the previous publication, correct?
Yes.
We can take this item down. As we mentioned briefly earlier today, you made an assertion about the KLA crimes not being part of the conversation also in your defense preparation session. Does that mean that you were not aware, for example, of Ambassador Gelbard's February 1998 very strong condemnation of unacceptable KLA violence?
What specific press release or interview are you referring to, so I can be as precise as possible in my answer?
We can start with the question I asked without specific references. Were you aware of any statement by Ambassador Gelbard to that effect?
I was aware that Ambassador Gelbard was using the word terrorist organization in referring to the KLA. That is my recollection on that question.
And when did you learn that Ambassador Gelbard was using the word terrorist organization in relation to the KLA?
That I do not know.
Do you know whether it was before Rambouillet that you learned that?
He was using the word terrorist organization before Rambouillet.
Okay. When you got to Rambouillet, were you aware that almost a year earlier, in March 98, U.S. Secretary of State Albright referred to the liberation movement in Kosovo as having judged, tried, and executed the ethnic Serbs and Albanians it did not like?
I was not aware of her comments.
Were you aware of a November 1998 New York Times article reporting that experts estimate that the rebels in Kosovo had kidnapped more than 200 Serbs, with most believed to have been killed?
I do not recall at the moment whether I had read that article.
Let's call it up just to see if it refreshes your recollection. And this is V00007, please. So here we see a page from New York Times International, dated 25th November 1998, and the article titled "Tiny Step to Help the Ceasefire in Kosovo." And if we can zoom in on the first paragraph, please, so the first column. I'm just going to read from the last sentence of this column. After American diplomats had interceded, a Serbian police officer whom rebels kidnapped a week ago, Goran Zbiljic, was released. The release is important because experts estimate that the rebels have kidnapped more than 200 Serbs, with most believed to have been killed. Does that refresh your recollection as to whether you were aware or not of this report from November 98?
I do not have a specific recollection of this particular article on this topic.
We can take this item down. And witness, am I correct in recalling that on the 26th of February 1999, you would have been back in Washington, D.C.?
Yes.
And during your time, so there were in the period of time between Rambouillet and Paris, right?
Yes.
At that time, or at any point thereafter, would you have read parts of the U.S. Department of State report, which was released on 26 February 1999, addressing Kosovo in the context of human rights practices for 1998?
No, I would not have.
So you weren't aware that this report refers to elements of the KLA being responsible for killings, disappearances, abductions, detentions, including of Serb and Albanian civilians suspected of loyalty to the Serbian government, right?
I would not have read that report.
Ever?
The State Department Human Rights Report? No.
You have stated that in spring...
Sorry, to be clear, you mean the annual report that the State Department does for every country around the globe? Is that the report you're referring to?
I'll call it up to avoid any
just
confusion.
Yes.
And can we please call up SBOE 00397-688 -00397-704, please. And if we could we can zoom in, but go a little bit further down. We see U.S. Department of State, Serbia-Montenegro Country Report on Human Rights Practices for 1998, released by the Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights and Labor, February 26, 1999.
Yes, so this would be one of the reports that they do for every country around the globe, and I would not have read this.
We can take the item down. You've stated that in spring and summer 99, you continue to follow the Kosovo conflict, including through the media, and that as you followed the conflict at the time, through the media and other ways, you did not learn of any crimes allegedly committed by KLA members. Is that right?
And where, is this in my statement or, okay.
I can take you to it.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Let's please call up...
Just so I can be as precise as possible.
Of course. Let's please call up 128837-TR-ET, part 1, please. So I'm not sure if you've seen this document, witness, but this is a transcription of the SBO interview you had that we had via Teams 2 weeks ago.
I have not seen this document. Thank you.
We see the date, 2nd September 2025. Do you recall meeting the SBO on that date?
Yes.
And let's please turn to page 26 of this document. And I'm going to read from line 12. Question. In your statement, you said after spring and summer 1999, you had happened to follow the Kosovo conflict, and you spoke frequently with public media about NATO intervention in Kosovo. How did you follow the conflict at the time? Answer: through tracking the media, conversations with the American Albanian community present here in the United States, and also conversations with the Americans that were policy shapers on this question. And as you followed the conflict at the time through the media and the other ways you just described, did you learn of any crimes allegedly committed by KLA members? And your answer was no. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes. It refreshes my recollection.
We can take the document down. Does this then mean, for example, that you did not hear about German troops finding 15 prisoners, including an elderly man who was found dead, handcuffed to a chair and badly beaten, in a building that had been taken over by the KLA in June of 1999?
That specific instance, no.
Did you have access to the New York Times at the time in June 1999?
Yes.
And would you have had access to CNN at the time or around that time?
Yes.
Do you recall a New York Times front page reporting about the incident I referred to?
No.
Do you recall CNN.com reporting on the incident I referred to?
No.
Earlier we mentioned, we mentioned, or you testified this morning, your close relationship with Veton Suroy. Are you aware of any threats made to Suroy in Kosovo Press in October 1999 after he published an article in Kohaditore referring, inter alia, to the organized and systematic intimidation of all Serbs simply because they are Serbs, and therefore are being held collectively responsible for what happened in Kosovo?
No, not specifically. I can provide more context if you'd like.
Please.
Veton, I'm thinking of the timing now, so Veton was always focused, appropriately so, on maintaining a multi-ethnic Kosovo. And in the many conversations that Veton and I have had, he was keen on that balance between protecting the rights and privileges of Serbian minorities, but not going so far that it would create partition or a political gridlock.
Understood. Could we please call up P01519? And here, can we turn to page 105848, please? And witness, we can see at the top here, this reads, "Forces of Intolerance Threaten to Consume Kosovo," by Peter Finn, Washington Post Foreign Service, Washington Post, October 13, 1999. And I'm going to read from the bottom half of this page, starting with the words, "from having been victims." So if we could scroll down a little bit. Yes, I see the words there, and you can follow as I speak or on your screen. Quote, "From having been victims of Europe's worst end-of-century persecution," end quote, wrote Suroy in his newspaper commentary, quote, "we are ourselves becoming persecutors and have allowed the specter of fascism to reappear. I know the excuses, that we have been through a barbaric war in which Serbs committed the most heinous crimes, that the intensity of violence has generated a desire for vengeance. This, however, is no justification." End quote. The response to Suroy's plea for pluralism demonstrated the virulence of a smothering orthodoxy here that brooks no criticism. In an article this month in Kosovo Press, the official news agency of the interim government led by former KLA political leader Hashim Thaçi, Suroy and his editor-in-chief, Baton Hajiu, were described as a, quote, pro-Serb vampires, end quote. The author, heaping the life-threatening charge of collaboration on Suroy and Hajiu, went on to say that, quote, people like them should themselves realize that, one day, they too may be the targets of some personal vendetta, which is quite understandable. Therefore, both Veton Suroy and Baton Hajiu, these ordinary mafiosi, should not be left unpunished for their criminal acts, since their idiosyncrasies deliver water to arch-criminal Milosevic's mill, end quote. The published attack, which was read as a death threat by the United Nations and human rights workers here, drew only the most muted condemnation from the Thaçi government. Kushner, quote, read the riot act, end quote, to Thaçi, Western officials said, and then refused to meet with representatives of his government for a number of days in response. Quote, we didn't take calls, denied meetings to register our disgust, end quote, said one UN official. UN officials, however, feared that the article, despite Thaçi's denials, was sanctions at the highest level of the government, and they therefore feel that it represents a troubling authoritarian streak in the political class emerging from the KLA, which fought a 16-month war for independence against the Yugoslav army and Serbian police and paramilitary forces. My question is, would you have read this article in the Washington Post, or would Mr. Surai have discussed any of this with you in any of the years when this happened or thereafter?
Veton did not discuss this with me beyond a general understanding that there was a tense relationship, and I don't recall reading this specifically.
A tense relationship between whom?
Between Veton at the time, between Veton and Hashim Thaçi.
And could you be more specific when you say at the time? What time is that?
Would have been after the end of the NATO campaign and the efforts of Kosovo and NATO and the UN to establish a stable peace in Kosovo. As I mentioned earlier today, the political situation in Kosovo is like a kaleidoscope, and at any moment in time...
I was asking for a time period, and I think you've answered. So we can take this item down, and I'm just going to call up another document, DHT 06689-DHT 07080. And here we can turn to page DHT 06691, which should be the third page. And we can zoom out a little bit. We see here Kosovo War and Revenge. Tim Judah, are you familiar with this publication?
I'm familiar with Tim Judah. The publication does not ring a bell off the top of my head.
Let's turn to page DHT 07025, where I will read from the second paragraph and into the following page. Thank you, that's good. I'll start reading. Now the situation had reversed itself. Suroy was reopening the Pristina office of Cohaditore, which, during the bombing and thanks to British money, had been published in Tetovo in Macedonia. He decided to use its pages to speak out. And we see this in block, which indicates a quotation. In the past month, an old woman has been beaten to death in her bath. A 2-year-old boy has been wounded and his mother shot dead. 2 youths have been killed with a grenade launcher, and the woman dares not speak her name in public for fear that those who attempted to rape her will return. Now we're out of the block quote. The article went on to point out that these were, quote, not isolated incidents, end quote, and that frightened Serbs had locked themselves in their homes, quote, terrified by an atmosphere in which every sound seems threatening, and every vehicle that stops might take you away to your death, end quote. Albanians had been warned not to, quote, feed Serbs, end quote, he said. We're now getting, if we can scroll down a little bit further to the next block quote. I know how Kosovo's remaining Serbs and indeed Roma feel because I, along with nearly 2 million Albanians, was in exactly the same situation only 2.5 months ago. I recognize their fear. This is why I cannot hide my shame to discover that, for the first time in history, we Kosovo Albanians are also capable of such monstrous acts. I have to speak out to make it clear that our moral code, by which women, children, and elderly should be left unharmed, has been and is being violated. I know the obvious excuse, namely that we have been through a barbaric war in which Serbs were responsible for the most heinous crimes, and in which the intensity of the violence has generated a desire for vengeance among many Albanians. This, however, is no justification. Again, now we're moving out of the quote. What was happening, thundered Suroy, was, quote, the organized and systematic intimidation of all Serbs simply because they are Serbs, and therefore are being held collectively responsible for what happened in Kosovo, end quote. Everyone understood this to mean the KLA. And if we go into the next page, please. Certainly. We're now getting to a quote, and I will slow down. Such attitudes are fascist. Moreover, it was against these very same attitudes that the people of Kosovo stood up and fought, at first peacefully and then with arms, during the past 10 years. The treatment of Kosovo Serbs brings shame on all Kosovo Albanians, from having been victims of Europe's worst end-of-century persecution. We are ourselves becoming persecutors and have allowed the specter of fascism to reappear. Anybody who thinks that the violence will end once the last Serb has been driven out is living an illusion. The violence will simply be directed against other Albanians. Is this really what we fought for? And now we're moving on to the non-quoted portion. I just have a few more lines to read and then ask you a question. Suroy was widely praised abroad for his courageous stance, but not at home. On 2nd October, Kosovo Press, which had been the mouthpiece of the KLA and was now linked to Thaçi and his provisional government, attacked Suroy and Batan Hadjiu, who was now editing Coadjutor, brackets, Suroy is the proprietor, end the brackets. It warned that there is, quote, eventual and very understandable revenge, end quote. Said that, quote, such criminals and enslaved minds should not have a place in the free Kosovo, end quote, and accused them of having a, quote, Slav stink, end quote, about them. And witness, in your interactions over the years since 1999 with Mr. Suroy, has he ever mentioned anything to this effect about the views that this book and the article before it state that he expressed in Kosovo, and thereafter of the reaction that provoked, in particular, the Kosovo Press article?
Vetan and I discussed quite frequently an adjacent question. Vetan and I discussed that in Kosovo's path to independence, the situation, the violations that had occurred after the NATO air campaign jeopardized the progressive path towards independence. So this detail, this level of focus, no, but I want to be clear that from the end of the air campaign and the human rights violations which occurred after the air campaign, I was aware of. I don't want to create the impression that I was never aware of any human rights violations. And when Vetan and I had conversations, it was more as him and I speaking, him speaking to me as a lawyer, how does this impact our progress towards self-determination and independence? And he was deeply and quite appropriately worried about that.
Thank you, witness. I have no further questions for you, Your Honor. As with the last witness, I have no further questions at this point, bearing in mind that there are multiple defense witnesses for whom we have no summary and no statement, whose evidence may touch upon issues related to the substance of this witness's testimony. While we make no application for recall at this stage, we reserve our right to do so.
Thank you. You may be seated. Do you have questions?
Yes, but
Mr. Misitich?
If I may just consult with my client, Mr.
Sure.
President. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. We have no redirect.
All right, since there's only about 5 minutes left, we will end for today. You'll have to be here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We will hopefully be able to deal with the rest of your testimony tomorrow in an efficient manner. Thank you for being with us. Remember not to discuss this with anyone. I know I don't need to tell you that because of your training, but I do anyway because it's embedded here, you know. So thank you for being with us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Great. Thank you.
All rise.